All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in Natick, Massachusetts for the 2024 USAPL Massachusetts State Championships. My name is Alex Tran. This is Adriana Davis, and we'll be your commentators today. Today we have a amazing cast of lifters, all collegiate lifters ranging from Northeastern Powerlifting to Worcester Polytechnical Institute to Boston Barbell, all over Massachusetts, and they will be competing for glory for their collegiate team. We just had Peyton Smith hit a beautiful 85 kilo squat opener. And up next is Carla Lovato on platform 2. An easy opener there. Platform 1 is just taking a little bit of time to get ready, but in the meantime, why don't you have a look at platform 2?
Platform 1, Daria, setting up with her opener at 95 kilos.
Seems like she's a crowd favorite here.
Yeah,
Something
we
that you,
hear a few cheers out there.
something that you guys will hear a lot, especially if you're here in person. Something that you guys are going to be missing out on is going to be all the audience cheering. These schools bring tons of people every single meet that they go to, especially Northeastern, especially BU,
I mean,
especially.
that's what we love about these collegiate teams.
This is it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can say that collegiate nationals might be one of the most hyped, one of the most exciting meets in the year, just because of just the team environment and how exciting these young guys are every single time one of their friends steps on the platform. All right, so coming up on platform 2, we have Jamie Hall, who's another crowd favorite here from Northeastern Powerlifting. Now, Jamie Hall has squatted 117.5 kilos at her last Raw powerlifting competition, and she is opening with this, so I think she's going to PR her squat this meet.
Let's see how it goes. Yep, smoked it.
Yeah, she's definitely,
She's in for a PR today.
100%. Now on platform 1, we have Carla Lovato rocking the all-pink A7 singlet and the pink belt. Very stylish here. Fast descent on the bottom, just pops right back up. Amazing with Carla.
And similar story. I mean, her best squat in competition is 107.5, and she just opened up with 105. So
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these lifters have made a ton of progress since their last meet. Something that you'll also notice with a lot of the northeastern powerlifters is that they'll have massive meet PRs, and this is just because that in this fall semester they will compete raw, and then in the winter semester they'll compete equipped. And with equipped, you're squatting in wraps, you're squatting in a suit. But you still get stronger regardless. So they come back into the raw season the next year, and they're substantially stronger than they are. Right now we have Anika on platform 2. Anika's meet PR is 132.5, and she's opening with 130. So safe to say she got a lot stronger there.
nice, easy.
Janani having a little bit of trouble with 110. Could just be she's a little bit of a slow squatter, but we'll see what she puts on for her second attempt there.
Yeah, I mean, these openers, we're not expecting fireworks. We're not expecting super massive grinds. We're expecting openers that are anything that these lifters can hit on any day, even despite a cut, even despite all these different variables. So we're expecting them to open up super light, but of course, that's not always how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, especially with squat, it's the first lift of the day. Sometimes lifters are still kind of recovering from their weight cut. Sometimes, it's pretty early in the morning. A lot of lifters are still waking up. And on platform 1, platform 2, we have Northeastern Powerlifting Wendy Zhu and Caitlin Gagnon, two crowd favorites here, both making pretty easy work of their squat openers.
To the 1-on-2, that's still a good lift, but she does get one red card for not squatting deep enough. But majority rules in powerlifting, and that is a good lift for Caitlin on 2.
All right, coming up, we have Catherine Garrigan on platform 1. She is from Boston College, coached by Andrew Salant of SSS Powerlifting. Her training has been going incredibly well. I actually got to talk to Andrew in the warm-up room just to kind of talk about her training. Her bench has blown up. She is opening her squat 7.5 kilos under her current meet PR, which I'm very confident she's going to smoke. Yeah,
There it is,
insanely
super
easy here.
easy.
She is going to have a great meet. I have a lot of insight into her training, and she has just been absolutely dialed.
Platform 2, Marwa getting set up with 142.5, already going to be a meet PR for her. She's coming out of Harvard College, so just very local.
Now, Marwa, I think, is originally from Michigan. She's done 2 other meets at Michigan, and she's a little bit far from home, but she doesn't seem like she's bothered by that at all. She seems very comfortable here. Miriam Bloom coming up on platform 1, opening with 122.5 kilos. That's already 7.5 kilos over her current raw squat PR, and she just absolutely smokes it. Maybe a little bit sticky, but that's what the openers are for.
Mara on 2, that's a good lift, 2 to 1. And on 1, like you said, that was a good lift for Miriam. Just a little bit sticky out of the hole,
Yeah.
but it wasn't an all-out RPE 10 lift. She still got room in the tank. And like you mentioned before, it could be a bit of nerves. I know for myself, and probably for you too, that first squat is just very, very nerve-wracking. Like you said, some of these lifters might be dealing with a cut, might have traveled.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think a lot of people think of powerlifting as just like a raw strength sport, but the experience matters so much. And the more you compete, the more seasoned you get, the easier these first squat comes. Alex Abdo just got pulled off the platform because he didn't put his singlet fully on, so he's going to have a few more seconds to finish out that squat. Bethany Karp on platform 1 from Northeastern Powerlifting. Bethany's opening with 127.5 kilos, which is only 7.5 kilos under her current meet PR.
She's got an insane deadlift on her. I believe she used to hold the collegiate American record. In the 56 kilo class, she has deadlifted 190 kilos. Just
Oh my gosh.
absolutely massive.
Yeah, and something that you'll notice with a lot of these longer-legged lifters who are maybe a little bit better at deadlifts, is that they'll put the bar a little bit lower on their back. They might squat with a wider stance, and they might also have a little bit more of a grindier squat. Alex Abdo, I don't even think he
Smokes
can
that.
see a thing.
Looks like a warm-up.
Yeah. Rushed to put his singlet on. The straps aren't even in the right place, but he seems like he has no problem with that whatsoever.
And yet again, that was already a 2.5 kilo meet PR for him.
Yeah. Ashley Lopez coming out with 135 kilos. This is already 7.5 kilos over her current meet PR. And then Madison O'Neill on platform 2 with 145 kilos, which is only 10 kilos under her meet PR. All these lifters look incredibly confident. They look very seasoned. Again, with Massachusetts state championships and any state championship meet, you do have to qualify for it. Now, some of the qualifying totals are incredibly easy for some of these lifters to hit. Some of these qualifying totals lifters might have to reach for. But all these lifters today are seasoned competitors. They've either competed at 1 meet before, or some have even competed at 8 or 9 meets before. So you won't really see a lot of these first meet problems. All these lifters know what they're doing on the platform.
Coming up on 1, Isabella Stone. Yet another Northeastern powerlifting team. They've got to have the biggest roster here thus far.
Oh, 100%. 135 kilos for Isabella, only 5 kilos under her current meet PR. Today is actually her birthday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so hopefully
Happy birthday, Isabella.
Hopefully she'll have a great day today. Stefan Wynn coming up on platform 2 from UMass Amherst powerlifting, 150 kilos, which is
about 330 pounds.
Yeah, only 10 kilos under his current meet PR.
Big brace.
Nice head-up posture. Seems like it's pretty well built for squats. Short femurs, just very upright squat. It looks really nice. All right, Jalen Mack coming up on platform 1. A little bit of a delay here. Just for a second, since we have some downtime, I want to thank our spotters and loaders from WPI, Worcester Polytechnical Institute. These lifters come in early. All they do is load weights and change rack heights, and they really just make the meet run as well as it really should. So thank you to WPI there. Hope to see you guys around for the rest of the weekend. Jalen Mack coming up on platform 1.
Absolute
Insanely
smoke
fast.
show.
Yeah, you got to keep the warm-ups in the warm-up room. That's by 12.5 kilos on probably the fastest opener we've seen all day. Samantha Almont coming up on platform 2 with 150 kilos, which is already also 20 kilos over her current meet PR.
I mean, we sound like redundant here, but all of these lifters are just hitting these. That's what you see with younger lifters, collegiate lifters especially.
Yeah, the rate of progress is always insane. A lot of these lifters finish meets and they're just even more excited to get back to training and even more excited to get back to their next meet. Whereas, we get to these older lifters in these more open meets, and a lot of lifters just kind of want to take a break after being pushed hard and so far throughout meet prep. But the young guys, they have all the energy in the world. All they want to do is push. All they want to do is train. So
Angeli on one, getting set up with 150 kilos for her opener.
she's already 2.5 kilos over her meet PR. Now, Joy Lee on Northeastern Powerlifting. She is definitely a crowd favorite here, opening with 150 kilos. Joy Lee actually won collegiate nationals this past year for equipped lifting at 90 kilos. So she's looking to come back to raw powerlifting, and she seems like she's on for sure. All right, coming up is Amanda O'Brien, another crowd favorite from, again, Northeastern Powerlifting. She is also an incredibly strong lifter, closing out the flight for us. A light lifter squatting this much weight is just incredible.
Let's see how fast this moves for her.
150 kilos, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is a big squat for a
She's weighing
60
in
kilo
under
lifter.
130 pounds. Let's see what the judges say about that. It might look a little bit high, but she gets 3 white lights. No problems whatsoever. All right, Lena Santi coming up on platform 2 with her opening squat, 155 kilos, which is 55 kilos over her current MEPR.
Already
Again,
a win there on their first lift.
yeah, as I said, Northeastern, they kind of switch between raw lifting and single ply lifting. So a lot of these lifters will come in to their raw season and just be absolutely blown up. As you can see, Lane just
Yeah,
murders
perfect
it. Yeah.
example there.
All right, Peyton Smith coming out for her second attempt. She just jumped 5 kilos from her previous attempt, so now she's at 90 kilos here.
Platform 2, Elizabeth Yard's going to come out to a huge 180 kilo squat,
Oh, man,
just shy of 400 pounds for her opening attempt.
I don't even think I can do this.
I can't do this on any lift.
Peyton Smith about to take her second attempt. This is 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR, so hopefully she gets this. Yeah, a little bit
Nice.
sticky, but move just as fast as the second attempt should move. For a lot of these lifters, what you'll see is that the second attempt is almost meant to set up the third attempt. You kind of want to take something in your second that gives you a good indication as to what you would have for your third attempt on the day. So second attempt isn't really meant to go all out here. It's really just meant to set up the third attempt. Elizabeth Yardy, man, 180 kilos, still can't get over that.
Let's see how this moves for
And the
her.
mismatched socks too.
Depth was no question.
Yep.
Bit sticky out of the hole.
All right, we have Daria Bernard coming out for 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds. This is, a good bit shy of her meet PR. A lot of these lifters are dealing with injuries. A lot of them have been cutting weight classes. So you never really know what anyone's up to. But at the end of the day, everybody has to show up. Everybody has to compete on the same platform. So, a lot of these lifters do really well at just kind of blanking out all the troubles that they faced during meet prep, all the struggles that they had to deal with, and they just come out and compete. So,
Yeah, for Daria, that looked pretty smooth for a second attempt.
yeah.
Looks like she's got a lot of room left in the tank.
All right, coming up, we have Jacob Schwartz with 195 kilos. This is 15 kilos over his current meet PR. And, I've gotten to see Jacob, his training, a little bit, and I think he might have the best smile in all the USAPL. He is smiling on the unrack.
As he's unracking the weight.
He's trying to hold his smile in.
Platform 1, Carla is going to take 112.5 for her second attempt.
It's already a 5 kilo meet PR, and Jacob just absolutely smokes it. Let's see if he smiles off the platform. Yeah, he's happy about that.
I mean, that's what powerlifting's about, having fun. We're all here. It's a fun sport, and I like when lifters show that emotion on the
Oh,
platform.
100%. Sky Wu is coming out for 205 kilos for his opener on platform 2. He is 2.5 kilos already over his current meet PR of 202.5 kilos, so he seems like he's been having some pretty good training.
Being coached by Alec Chen, owner of the Oasis. Pretty new gym in Boston. I just checked it out yesterday. You guys should too. It's an awesome space.
Yeah, if you guys are ever in the Boston area, Alec Chen and the whole Blueprint team they've opened a beautiful gym, Oasis Powerlifting Club, and they're one of our sponsors for today. And they've been generous enough to offer a lot of the lifter stickers and shirts and whatnot. Um, wow, really smooth squat there, an insanely low
Right, he's got the bar
bar
very,
position,
very low on his back.
almost on his triceps. Janani, I didn't even see it. I think that was a little bit too fast for us. 117 and a half kilos there. That's already, 5 kilos over her current EPR. All right, London Cannon Urkel coming out for 112 and a half kilos for her second attempt. A 15-kilo jump from her opener squat, which is a pretty big jump if we're thinking about how big of a percentage she's actually taking there. But maybe she's feeling pretty good. Maybe they plan to open a little bit lighter. You never know. Wendy Zhu is coming out on platform 1 for her second squat of 122 and a half kilos. Wendy did have a little bit of a sticky opener, but again, some of these lifters lift slow, some of them lift fast, and Wendy seems like she's, not really slowing down no matter if the weight goes up or no matter if the weight kind of stays the same. So 7.5 kilo jump there from 115 to 122 and a half. Wendy already just hit a 2.5 kilo BPR, so she is on today.
London again with this 15-kilo jump. See how she handles it.
Oh, no
Pretty
problem
easily.
whatsoever. She probably could have opened with that and had no problem there.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I like about watching these meets. You can see a big variety in the jumps that people like to take. Some people prefer very big jumps, very small jumps, all dependent on lifter preference.
Yep. And we have Katie Garrigan coming out with a 7.5 kilo jump to 125 kilos. This is just matches her current meet PR, 275 pounds, and that moves just as well as the second attempt should be.
3 white lights, good lift.
Amazing. Jamie Hall coming out on platform 2. Man, for those who are watching at home, I really wish you could hear the crowd here. They are going crazy for Jamie right now. 125 and a half kilos for her. That's already 7.5 kilos over her current meet PR. Comes out great. And 3 white lights.
Awesome job there. She'd probably take another 7.5-kilo jump,
Yeah.
7.5.
Now, for those who are watching at home who are kind of curious how we're seeing these jumps here, you guys can go to liftingcast.com, and there you'll find the 2024 USA Powerlifting Massachusetts State Championships, and you guys can follow along to see what weights, what lifters are taking, the jumps that they're taking, and all of the projected placements there. Miriam Bloom just got 2-1 on her second attempt of 130 kilos, which is 15 kilos over her current EPR.
Yeah, and she had to put in a bit of work through the middle there, but looks like she still has some room in the tank, but I imagine she'll take a smaller jump.
All right, Bethany Karp coming out on platform 1. Before that, we have Anika Mensick on platform 2, taking her second attempt at 137.5 kilos. A slow, controlled descent, a slow, controlled
Beautiful
ascent.
squat there, hitting that big 300-pound milestone on the platform. And Anika, I know she's been dealing with injuries on and off. She hasn't competed in a year and a half, so this is kind of like her comeback
Oh,
meet
wow.
and starting off very strong.
Bethany Karp. A little
Oh,
bit of a grind there.
oh man, I think the spotter might have taken it early, or she might have shook her head. I'm not
And
sure.
then we'll kind of see what they do for her third attempt. We'll see if they retake it, see if they go up a little bit more. But before that, we have Caitlin Gagnon coming out for her second attempt, 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds, another 300-pound squatter here. Yeah, that's pretty interesting with Bethany. What do you think happened there?
I think the spotter might have taken it a bit early, and if the judges do decide that that is what happened, she does have the option to have a relift at the end of the flight. So we're just going to see what happens there.
Yeah, it seems like for Bethany, the judges called that a no lift. So I'm sure her and her coach are talking about it in the back. They most likely will just retake 135 kilos, but
Yeah, and I mean, it was very difficult in the middle. She had to put in some work, and that's where that spotter took it early, thinking that she shook her head or maybe thinking that the bar went down. Things happen like that. Ashley, though, just
demolished 142.5 kilos.
in the 60-kilo weight class, nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's an awesome squat. Platform 2, Madison, 152.5 for her second attempt. 2.5 kilos under her all-time best.
Now, if you guys are following along on Lifting Cast at home, you guys can see that aside from Bethany, all of these lifters have hit all of their attempts, and many of them have not even gotten a single red light. And this is kind of what we were talking about with the state meet, where a lot of these lifters are seasoned. A lot of these lifters have competed before. These lifters had to qualify for this meet. So no one is a stranger to all the competition. No one is a stranger to all the pressure that is there under the lights. And Isabella Stone, a birthday squat PR, meet PR there. That is 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR, and she absolutely smoked it. So let's see what she'll do for her third attempt. Now, a little bit of an update on the Bethany Carp situation. Seems like she has chosen to retake 135 kilos. You know, probably a pretty good choice on her coach's side. You know, she could have gone up to 137.5 kilos, but most likely seemed like it wasn't going to be there.
Probably the
And
sensible choice to
yeah, and
repeat it
even if
there.
they missed 137.5 kilos, they would have lost out on 10 kilos there. So she comes out. Oh, wow. Jalen Mack.
Oh, big fight there on platform 2 from Marwa. See what the judges say. 2-1. It's a good lift. Probably going to take, I mean, she jumped 10 kilos from her first attempt, so I imagine probably 2.5, maybe 5.
Yeah.
It looked like she might have bottomed out at the hole, maybe hit it a bit too hard.
And when a lot of lifters are going into this meet, some of them have certain goals that they want to do. Some of them want to go 9 for 9. Some of them want to PR their meet total. Some of them just kind of want to send it and just see what they have on the day. It's all really about the goals that you have, all about the conversations that you have with your coach. So some lifters will take some more conservative jumps. Some lifters will be a little bit more aggressive. You know, everyone kind of comes in with a little bit of a different goal.
Amanda walking out with an absolute monster squat. 157.5, stands up with it. Let's see what the judges say on the depth.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, I was holding my breath. It looked a bit high to me. 2-1. Now, I mean, it moved very, very well, and her meet PR is 160 kilos.
Yeah.
I would probably repeat it because when you do try to sink it a bit lower, it does make the lift harder. But we'll see what decision she takes. She could go up from there. It did move very well.
Yeah, Amanda is incredibly seasoned in the sport of powerlifting, so you know she may just be able to sink it a little bit deeper and go up in weight and have no problems there. Um, she's no stranger to the pressure of hitting a third attempt. She's done it multiple times over her powerlifting career, so you know she's feeling good about squat. She thinks she can go a little bit deeper and go higher. They might go up to 160 or 162.5. Samantha Almont coming up on platform 2, and Angeli coming up on platform 1. Angeli squatting 160 kilos or 352.5 pounds, and Samantha is squatting 347 pounds. Really solid walk out there for Angeli. She's really taking her time. Nice controlled descent, nice controlled ascent. Just a really nice and stable squat there.
Big race for Samantha.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble there, but we'll see what they do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could see it on her face. She's kind of like, oh, that was a little bit difficult, but she's still got some room in the tank.
Oh, Bethany Carp, she did get a relift for her 135 kilos. So we'll
I
see
think
what
that's
she
the right
does.
call from the judges there,
Yeah, definitely.
because it just looked like the bar stopped, but it didn't go down right, and
Yeah.
the spotters just took it a bit early, taking that chance away for her. So the judges had to have that conversation. They had to ask her or her coaching staff, hey, do you want that relift? And she's decided to take it. So let's hope she gets this one in. On platform 2,
Yeah, we're crossing our fingers
Stefan
here that Bethany gets hers.
Dep looks good.
Yeah, seemed like it moved better than the last
Yeah,
one.
it looked a lot better. Awesome job there. I mean, way to go for Bethany to stay very composed there. I mean, that's never a situation that you want your lifter to be in where you're having to essentially take 4 lifts, 4 squats. You're having to not have as much rest time, etc.
Yeah, the rest time thing is huge. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Bethany had to take her initial 135 squat in the middle of the flight, and then she had to retake it again at the end of the flight, so maybe only 5 or 6 minutes of rest. And now the flight resets back to the top for third squats, and now she's back again in the middle of the flight, so she has to take Seems like they put on 137 and a half kilos, so she is only resting, 5, 6 minutes again, going into 137 and a half. So with most lifters, you end up getting one squat or one lift every 10 to 15 minutes, whereas Bethany will have done, 3 squats in a matter of 15 minutes.
Joy getting a little bit more amped up here on platform 2 for 160 kilos.
Yeah, perfect.
Nice. Looked like a perfect speed
Peyton
for a
Smith.
second attempt.
Wow, what a grind by Peyton Smith. 95 kilos there. That is 7.5 kilos over her current meet PR. She seems like she's having a great day. Now, something to take into consideration for a lot of these lifters is that some of them are competing for personal glory. A lot of them kind of have their own individual goals for this meet, but a lot of them are also competing for team placing, right? We kind of talked about how this is, this flight in particular is a collegiate flight, and we have Gino holding up a little poster that they made for Lane over there. But this is a collegiate meet here. A lot of these lifters are competing for their school, not just with their school. And a lot of these schools are going up against each other to kind of take home the best school in Massachusetts. So, when you're making load selections there, when the coach is in the back, a lot of the kind of decision making has to come down to your placing as a team. As Lane just blows up
Yeah,
a second
easy work
squat.
there for Lane. Depth was no question. She stands up with it, no question.
Daria coming out for 110 kilos, 5 kilos under her current meet PR, and she seems like she could have had 115 on the day.
Yeah, very solid. 3 for 3, building that strong momentum leading into bench.
Yep.
And on platform 2, we're about to have an absolute massive squat here
413 pounds.
from Elizabeth Yard.
Yeah. She's weighing in just under about 195 pounds, so a little bit more than a 2 times body weight squat, which is incredibly impressive here. Carla Lovato coming out with 120 kilos or 264 pounds. Carla is a student at Boston University, coached by Alec Chen of Oasis Powerlifting Club and Blueprint Strength. She seems like she's having a pretty good day too. 120 kilos, already 12 and a half kilos over her current meet PR. Fights through it. Easy.
Nice. Should be good. And there it is, 3 white lights.
Elizabeth Yarde.
Depth, no question. Way to stick with it.
Yeah, really great job there. I'll assume they go up maybe 2.5 kilos, maybe 5 if
I
they're being
agree.
aggressive.
5 max.
Yeah. Now we have Janani coming out for her third squat, 122.5 kilos. This is 10 kilos over her current meet PR, so she's having a good day here. And she has her Northeastern classmates cheering her on in the back.
Janani last competed at Collegiate Nationals in Atlanta. So she's had some time to build since then. Let's see it. Fight through. Come on. Awesome.
What a fight there.
Really good attempt selection there. 2-1. It's a good lift.
Jacob Schwartz coming out for 207.5 kilos. This is already 27.5 kilos over his current meet PR, and that moves just as well as a second attempt should be. Yeah, he's happy about it. All right, Wendy Zhu coming out with 127.5 kilos. Now, Wendy, her first and second attempt were a little bit slower, but, that really just might be her, that she just might be a little bit of a slower squatter. Her first and second attempt seemed like they didn't really move too different in terms of speed. So, we're seeing 127.5 kilos here, 281 pounds, and I'm sure it's not going to move any slower than it did before. Sky Wu is coming out for his second attempt squat of 215 kilos, 473 pounds. Oh, Wendy Zhu just didn't have it on the day. Great job by the spotters and loaders. Now, this is the first fail we've seen all day, essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all right. She still walks away with 122.5. And I mean, she jumped 5 kilos there, so the only other option was 2.5.
Sky Wu is getting a bit of a re-rack there.
No, they are probably telling him that he has to stand a bit more upright. We do see that issue with lifters who have the bar sitting very low on their back.
Yeah, the rule states that the bar has to be on top of the shoulder joint. Sky Wu seems to get a start command, presses through it.
He almost has a squat very similar to Kyoto Ushiyama,
Yeah, and
where he
Pana.
braces, the bar almost rolls down his back a little bit, and
Yeah, two red lights there.
unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift.
Oh, Katie Garrigan missing her third squat on depth. Three red lights there. Um,
Yeah, and I mean, we're on to third attempts now. This is the point where things start to get more interesting. We see lifters, perhaps that instinct kicks in. If it's a bit heavy, you're going to cut it a little high, or you just see more technical mishaps, or just straight up failures.
but that's what we love about the sport, right? You come out for your third attempt, there's a 50-50 chance that you're going to hit it or you're going to miss, and you really have to kind of be in the right state mentally to fight through that, like Miriam's doing here.
Oh, come
Oh my
on, fight
God,
through it. Yes.
insanely good.
See what the judges say. Three white
Three white lights, and
lights.
she walks away with a 20-kilo meet PR.
That's what we love to see.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a perfect example right there. 50-50 shot, she get it, and
yeah.
she did.
And I bet Miriam's kind of thinking to herself that if this was, her first meet and she had to grind through that her first meet, she probably wouldn't have hit it. But she's experienced. She's done this before. She's been powerlifting for a while now, so she can really get there mentally and she can really fight through that.
London on 2 hit a extremely easy third attempt with 120 kilos,
That's great to see.
starting the day off strong.
Now Bethany Karp is coming up on platform 1, and if you guys don't remember, Bethany Karp actually failed her second attempt, but because the spotters took it a little bit too early, she was granted a relift at the end of the flight, and now she pretty much just had about 5 to 6 minutes to re-up and get her third attempt, but she seems like she has no problem with it.
Redemption in the squats for Bethany Karp. What a comeback there. I mean, if you saw her initial second attempt, I would be worried. I was scared. I was
Yeah.
scared she wouldn't be able to do anything else, even if she did get a relift. But she was able to come back, hit that relift a lot better, and then come back and hit 2.5 kilos more.
Yeah. Jamie Hall, 3 white lights with a really smooth third attempt. She seems pretty happy with that there. 130 kilos is 12.5 kilos over her current meet PR. So she has made a lot of progress. She's having a great day so far. Ashley Lopez coming out with 147.5 kilos, 325 pounds. Um, this is 20 kilos over her current meet PR, or 44 pounds over. A very steady walkout, very smooth, very stable. She knows she has time. She gets that start command. Very
Very
upright squat.
controlled descent.
It's a beautiful
That's a
squat.
strong squat for a 60-kilo lifter.
Ooh,
Unfortunately, it was
just a little bit high.
strong on the strength, but just not there on the depth. Anika now, 145 for her final attempt. Let's see how this goes. This is her comeback meet. Coming back from injury.
Oh, she fights
Fight
through it.
through.
Oh, it just wasn't there on the day. Bar started to go down a little bit there. But
Yeah, and I mean, that's where it's very, very difficult on the lifter and the coaching staff to be able to choose where to go for your third attempt. I mean, I think just even a kilo less, and she could have had that.
oh, 100%.
But she still walks away with her second attempt, 137.5. For the platform.
Isabella Stone coming out for her third attempt, 150 kilos. Her birthday squats, 150 kilos, will be 10 kilos over her current meet PR. So
Come on, happy birthday, Isabella.
happy birthday, Isabella Stone.
See what the judges say. 3 white lights. Happy, happy birthday. 150 kilos. 3 for 3 thus far in the day. Now, Caitlin, 145 on platform 2. Getting in the right headspace.
There we go. What a fight.
Smiles at the top. Oh, you can see that emotion there. 3 for 3.
A lot of these Northeastern lifters are incredible at just grinding through lifts. And, from a coach's side of things, I think that them spending an entire semester lifting equipped, being able to kind of train with equipment on, taking some heavier weights and competing fairly frequently, they really get a good sense of like where they need to be mentally in order to grind, kind of what a heavy weight feels like, and how much they really have left in the tank. You can see Jalen Mack fights through
Oh,
that bottom
wow. I
position
mean,
there, and she
yeah,
just kills
it was just a bit sticky out of the hole, and then she really powered through in the middle.
Amanda O'Brien is coming out for her third attempt on platform 1. Now, if you guys remember, Amanda hit 157.5 kilos on her second attempt, and it moved fairly well, but she just didn't squat deep enough, and her coaching staff have opted to take 157.5 kilos again. Hopefully, she just squats a little bit deeper this time and she gets it. Um,
And like you said, she's pretty experienced in this. I mean, I did forget her name at equipment check, but I have seen her at many meets before. She's experienced in the game, so she's just got to sink it a bit lower. She knows what to do here.
Amanda's also a ref, so she knows the rules. She knows what she needs to do in order to make her squats a little bit better. So see what she does. Steady walk out there, very controlled. This is just 2.5 kilos under her meet PR. Marwa opting not to take her third attempt squat, but Amanda seems like a little bit deeper.
Moved just as well, too. Let's see what the judges say.
Ah, two res.
Unfortunately, again, that's going to be a no lift for Amanda.
So,
Thankfully, she did get in her opener, so she's not going to risk bombing out of the meet. Going to walk away with 150 kilos there.
but you know, it's just squat. It's just the first lift of the day. They still have to bench. They still have to deadlift. There's a lot of room for the day to get better. There's a lot of room for momentum to kind of build throughout the next two lifts. So as a seasoned competitor, you can't really just let those things get to your head. You can't really let those ruin your day. Yeah, Madison O'Neill, what a great fight. She probably had another 2.5 left in the tank. Judges say 3 white lights.
And that just gives her the incremental squat PR. Her previous best was 155. She just walked away with 157. It's a big win there. Speaking of big, this is a big squat on platform 1 for Angeli. 167.5 to close out the flight.
She's been controlled all day. She is so patient. She's so poised. Just an incredible squatter here. 3 white lights. She walks away with 9 white lights total across all 3 attempts. She's having a fantastic day. Now, platform 2 is a little bit slower than platform 1, so we're going to get started on flight B for platform 1, while platform 2 still finishes up flight A. We have Samantha Almont coming out for her third attempt of 162.5 kilos. This is 32.5 kilos over her current meet PR. Calm walk out here. She doesn't look like she's bothered whatsoever. Hits the hole nicely, fights through it. Yeah, really nice here.
Yeah, I just had to put in a bit of work in the middle, but it was pretty smooth. 3 white lights.
All right, Leo Trong is coming out for his opening attempt. He's a freshman at Tufts University right now, 175 kilos. Yeah, makes
Nice
easy work
start
of
to the
it. That's
day.
already a 2.5 kilo meet PR. Now, Leo is a freshman in college, and he has already done 6 meets.
Wow, I mean,
Yeah,
talk about experience, even though he's very young.
you've had plenty of experience, Adriana.
Mm-hmm.
What are you at right now, 10 meets?
I think 10, 11, I stopped counting.
Alex Abdo is coming out for his third squat, 165 kilos. This is 22.5 kilos over his current meet PR. With the hair in the face, he is blocking everything out. Nice and controlled squat.
Come
He fights
on.
through it. Ooh.
No, I don't think he had it. I'm not sure if the spotters took it early there. I don't think he would have had it anyways.
Yeah.
But he does walk away with 155 kilos. And I guess that is the risk of taking big jumps like that. He took 10-kilo jumps across the board.
Yeah, the bigger the risk, bigger the reward.
Mm-hmm.
He did lose out on 10 kilos not hitting his third attempt. But if he were to hit his third attempt, he would have, got another 10 kilos. So it's pretty big there. Joy Lee coming out with 167.5 kilos. This is 20 kilos over her current squat PR.
Big crowd favorite. Returning collegiate national champion in the equipped. Now competing in the raw division. Platform 1, Daniel, going to get started with 180 kilos.
180
Come on,
kilos.
Joy!
Oh, Joy just barely gets it.
Just a bit too much today.
Daniel Smokes, his opener at 180 kilos, is already a 2.5 kilo meet PR. High bar squat, super upright, just a picture perfect, very orthodox squat there. Lane Asante coming out for 170 kilos. This is 70 kilos over her current squat PR. Now we do know that she did squat 167.5 kilos in training, so just about 369 pounds. So this is 2.5 over her current all-time PR. And now it's pretty cool to hit a meet PR in training to kind of beat what you did in the previous meet, but to beat your all-time best in a meet
Oh,
is
there's
just
no feeling
it's an
like it. It's like
unreal feeling.
insane. Just amount of euphoria you feel. Let's see, Lane hit
Oh, she
this.
smokes it.
Honestly,
Absolutely
could have
killed it.
potentially been an opener. And you see it on her face. She's
Oh, she
very,
said it was
very
no
happy with
problem.
that.
She said this is easy for me. Brian Grande coming out with 200 kilos, already 20 kilos over his current meet PR. Seems like he's made a ton of progress in the offseason. Brian is actually a junior bench national champion. He benched 175 kilos, which is, I'm sure it's 385 pounds, as a 110 kilo lifter, which is insane. Yeah, it hits the hole pretty hard, but he comes out really quickly.
Platform 2, Stefan, 12.5 kilo jump here to 172.5 for his third and final attempt.
Yeah, and regardless if Stefan, hits this or not, he still ties his meet PR, so I'm sure he's pretty happy about that. But he's been having a pretty good day. Ooh, just a little bit too
Not there
heavy there.
today.
Again, that's the big risk of taking these big jumps.
That's all right. He still walks away 2 for 3 with 160 kilos
Yep.
for his second attempt.
Sean Haviland is coming out for his opener squat on platform 1 with 200 kilos. This is 27.5 kilos under his current meet PR, representing UMass Amherst and coached by Chan from Imperium Strength here. Elizabeth Yarde, 192.5 kilos.
Again, just an insane squat here. Around about 424 pounds.
Crowd's getting hyped for her.
Sean, meanwhile, warms up essentially with 200 kilos, hoping to see some big jumps from him.
All eyes need to be on platform 2 right now. Elizabeth Yarde is squatting 424 pounds.
Now, her second attempt was a bit sticky. Did have to put in some work, so let's see if she can add 5 kilos to that.
For all you gym bros here who are still struggling to get your first 4-plate squat, Elizabeth Yarde just smoked your current PR.
And that honestly moved better than her second attempt. Should be a good lift there. I mean, depth, from my point of view, looked no question. Just a bit of delay with the lights.
Just an insane squatter here. Bledin Titmus coming out for his opener squat of 205 kilos. This is 10 kilos under his current meet PR. Yeah, pretty easy.
Now, Elizabeth, that was a good lift. Just had some delay with the lights there.
Jacob
Awesome
Schwartz
job.
on platform 2 is coming out for his third attempt. He's smiling, he's ready, he's just happy to be here. Whether or not he hits it, he's just glad he got to step on the platform today.
That's what it's about.
215 kilos is 35 kilos over his current meet PR. He seems confident. Spent no time getting the bar out of the rack. And Jacob fights through it. Just not there.
Not going to be there today.
It's okay, he's still smiling.
Still going to walk away with 207.5 kilos, which is already a big meet PR for him.
Eric Boworth on platform 1 coming out with 212.5 kilos. This is 35 kilos over his current meet PR already, and he just demolishes it.
I mean, he was a bit slow on the descent, making sure to hit depth, and then he just stood back up with it. Very, very easy.
Now, Sky Yu from Worcester Polytechnical Institute is coming out for 225 kilos. Now, he did miss his second attempt due to the bar being poorly racked on his back, and the judges gave him red lights for that, and they did still decide to jump 10 kilos. Now, he did hit the attempt, just from a technical standpoint. The judges just didn't think that it abided by the rules, so they're taking a little bit of a risk here. If he hits this, he jumps 20 kilos from his opener. If he doesn't, he misses out on 20 kilos and ends with only a 205 kilo squat. Still a 2.5 kilo meet PR, but definitely not as much as he'd like.
Yeah, and he's having to re-rack that again. It's just difficult when you see a squat form like that, because it is up to the judge's discretion if you're standing upright enough, if the bar is high enough on your back. It cannot be too low. It's got to be sitting I believe just horizontally across your back. Let's see how this goes.
See if he gets a squat command. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. It's
It's
just
not
not
going to
there
get it.
today. Yeah, that might be something that they need to work on in the off season, just getting that bar a little bit higher. You definitely run a big risk with having some extreme techniques like that, a very low bar squat, a very high arch on bench press, maybe a very wide sumo deadlift. It seems like with powerlifting, the more extreme you go from the technical standpoint, the more difficult it is to hit a certain standard. Chase Cameron coming out smoking 220 kilos for his opener. This is already 17.5 kilos over his current BPR, only 7.5 kilos under his all-time best.
And on platform 2, we're going to roll straight into flight B.
We have Shafat from UMass Lowell Powerlifting. This is his second meet. Shafat's actually a master's student at UMass Lowell, pursuing a master's in computer science. Adriana, Shafat actually got us in the gym the other day. We went to go train at a gym, and we needed to pay a day pass, and Shafat just ended up being a member there. And funny story, we just randomly ran into him, and he was like, "Hey, we can hook you up with a cheaper day pass there." So we're definitely rooting for him.
Yeah, we're hoping he goes 9 for 9 because of that.
Yeah.
And also just because we want everyone to go 9 for 9.
Yeah, and he smokes his opener.
Starting off strong.
Keelan Donovan on platform 1 just hit his opener at 222.5 kilos. He had a little bit of trouble there coming out of the hole, but again, we've seen lifters like Bethany Karp, lifters like Wendy Zhu, their openers move a little bit slow, maybe a little bit grindier than some of the other lifters, but they seem like they're having no problem with that whatsoever, and that may just be the way that they're lifting. Kanyara Aliv coming out for his opener squat at 175 kilos. He's already 25 kilos over his current BPR. Very narrow stance.
Danyar last competed at the Husky Classic back in February, so he's had a lot of time to build from there.
Yeah.
2 to 1, it's a good lift.
That's how you know Northeastern is a massive presence in powerlifting. They have their own meets for their own lifters. Ronan, another Northeastern lifter, smoking 240 kilos as his opener. Already 45 kilos over his current BPR. It's just insane.
Aiden's coming out now on platform 2, 177.5 kg.
Aiden's had a pretty good offseason. He's been able to squat 12.5 kilos over his current meet PR in training, so it seems like he's been having a little bit of a better side of training there.
He just started competing very early this year, so within the first year of competing, that's where you're going to see a lot of those newbie gains, progress being made. And yeah, we can see it there.
Pepin Woods, 265 kilos, 584 pounds, and near 600-pound opener. This is
Love that name.
Incredibly strong. Charlie Pepin Woods blows it up.
Last competed at Collegiate Nationals in Atlanta.
Now, he was equipped, but he did squat 337.5 kilos.
Insane. And yeah, Charlie's going to be trying to go for the heaviest raw deadlift in NUPL history today. So going to be excited to see that. He's definitely going to be deadlifting over 600 pounds, may as well get close to 700 pounds. Just insane number to think about.
Tyler Shue is coming out for his opener squat on platform 2. Just a hair over 400 pounds, 413 for Tyler there, 187.5 kilos.
Now for Tyler, this is only his second competition. First competition was just about a year ago.
And he actually missed 182.5 kilos in that first competition, and now he's opening with 5 kilos over that.
I mean, if you stick with it, just see the progress you can make in a whole year.
Oh yeah, it's insane. Do you remember what you squatted at your first meet, Adriana?
I think I squatted, I think it was 125 kilos.
And what do you squat now?
Probably 147 or so. Yeah.
Incredible progress there.
I mean, that's the lovely thing about powerlifting. You get to see yourself go through phases, go through different eras in your training. You might be dealing with some setbacks, and you really prove to yourself that you can come back, make that progress anyways.
Yeah, some of the best stories in powerlifting are older lifters who have been in the sport for a long time, maybe haven't PR'd their meet total in a while, and they come back, they dial in on their training, and they have one of the best meets of their lives at like 35 years old. Michael Bednar hitting 424 pounds on his second attempt, making it look pretty smooth there.
And shout out to the spotters. Man, I didn't even realize we were already on to second attempts on platform 1.
Yeah, WPI actually held a practice session the other day, practicing spotting, practicing loading, practicing changing rack heights and whatnot. So they are 100% prepared for anything that happens today.
Christian on 2, 192.5 for his opening attempt. Last competed again at the Husky Classic.
That makes it look pretty easy there. Dan Burko, high bar squatter, very pretty upright. Yeah, just looks super clean there. 3 white lights for him, 192.5 kilos. That is already 15 kilos over his current meet PR. Mario Martinez of Northeastern Powerlifting, he is definitely a fan favorite here, opening with 192.5 kilos. This is already 10 kilos under his current meet PR. Mario is coached by Andrew Salant of SSS Powerlifting, and I got to talk to Andrew. I got to kind of workshop some of Mario's programming leading into this meet, and he has had an incredibly good prep. Yeah, he smokes the opener. Mario's having a good day. I can call it now. I don't want to jinx him, but, his training just shows it. Asa Jackson coming out for 205 kilos, 451 pounds for his opener squat here. This is 15 kilos already over his current meet PR. Has a little bit of trouble there.
Was his second attempt, so it is going to be a bit harder than an opener. But yeah, I agree. He had to put in some work there in the middle, but he's still got room to grow.
James McKenna coming out with 192.5 kilos, another lifter from UMass Amherst. Now, 192.5 kilos is only 10 kilos under his current meet PR, but he has squatted 210 kilos in training, 452 pounds, so he smokes this, and we'll definitely be seeing some bigger jumps from him.
Gets 1 red light from the side referee for depth, but majority rules, he still gets that squat in. Just something to be wary of as he comes back out for his second and third attempt. Brian, platform 1, relatively easy second attempt there with 212.5.
Yeah, that's already 32.5 kilos over his current meet PR. Benjamin Edelman coming out with a flat 200 kilos, 440 pounds. That's already 27.5 kilos over his current meet PR. And I can't even count how many times we've said meet PR today. These lifters.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I felt like we had to just stop saying it at some point just because, I mean, it seems like nearly 75% of all of these lifters are hitting meet PRs on their first or second attempt.
Yeah, it's insane.
Just shows the amount of progress that these younger collegiate lifters can make.
Lennon Thomas took a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener to second. Seems like it's not
Handled
really
it pretty
a problem
well. 3 white lights, good lift.
Tim Tran coming out with 200 kilos for his opener squat from Northeastern Powerlifting. I've actually been following Tim's training for a while now. I first, met him when he just started powerlifting, and he has blown up. I remember when he first squatted 400 pounds. I remember when he was struggling squatting, 370 pounds, and now he's opening with 440 pounds. He has an incredible deadlift on him, just looking ahead, opening at 242.5 kilos as a 75 kilo lifter. Tim's made insane progress.
So this opener looks
Smokes it.
nice. And I mean, with that wider stance, it is sometimes a bit more difficult to hit depth, but it looks, no question there. Should be 3 white lights.
Sean Haviland on platform 1 jumped 20 kilos from his opener to second attempt, but it seems like he's not making any.
Yeah, and those big 20-kilo jumps, we don't see all of that too often.
Now, he did get a red light from the middle ref, and it was a blue card. So, Adriana, if you can kind of tell us what a blue card means.
Yeah, in the squat, a blue card is just going to indicate either that you're not fully locked out. So we kind of saw with a lifter earlier with Sky Woo with the bar on platform 2 when the bar was way too low on his back, and the side referee might have thrown that blue card for him not being fully upright, fully locked out. So that blue card is going to indicate that you're not fully locked out or there's downward motion. So in that lift there, I thought that his knees might have been not locked out. That's probably what that referee could have seen.
Yeah, so there's a ton of rules that these lifters have to kind of abide to. A lot more technical things that, you know, some casual viewers or people who haven't really competed before might get wrong. But again, a lot of these lifters are seasoned. All of them have competed before, so they all, know what's going on, what rules they need to follow, what things they're usually not good at, what things they are good at. Jacob Grande from UMass Lowell Powerlifting, taking 202.5 kilos for his opener. I actually get to train with Jacob fairly often, almost every day now, from Odyssey Barbell Club, and his training has been going incredibly well. 202.5 kilos is already 5 kilos over his current meet PR, and he did squat 220 in training, so hopefully he'll get a little bit more than that today.
Squatting high bar too. Typically we see powerlifters aim for the low bar stance.
Yeah, a little bit crooked there, but seems like he's not really having any problems whatsoever.
2 to 1, it's a good lift. Again, gets that blue card.
Ryan Kim, 500 pounds, a little bit over 500 pounds. It's pretty good work of that. 3 white lights there for a second, so we'll see. Maybe he gets another 5 to 7.5 kilos there. Calvin Chen is coming out for his opening squat, 205 kilos, coached by Brian Yan, or Yan Iron Mecca. Calvin has only competed once before at the Odyssey Barbell Classic just about a year ago. But his training has been going really, really, really well. I've been able to follow it pretty closely for the last couple weeks or so, and he's made a ton of progress. Chase Cameron coming out with 507 pounds, 230 kilos. Oh my God, Calvin.
Warm-up weight.
Yeah.
And he looks, just with his proportions there, he looks very, very built to squat. Can be very upright and just smokes that 205 kilo opener. Chase on platform 1. Had to put in some work for that second attempt, but that's what you expect out of a second attempt.
Yeah.
It's a good lift, 230 kilos.
Now Chase already hit 27.5 kilos over his current meet PR. Chase competed at the Massachusetts State Championships in 2023. I got to watch him, and he was just electric. Everyone loved him, definitely a crowd favorite here, and I've been able to follow his training pretty closely in the last couple months, and he is so dialed in. He seems incredibly happy to train every single day, and his numbers have been just on the up every single day.
Thomas now platform 2, 210 kilo opener. And I mean, we've been talking about NUPL all day, every day.
This is the head honcho.
This is the president of NUPL, and this is his 9th meet. So again, one of these lifters, even though these are collegiate lifters, we have some very experienced.
Keelan Donovan, pretty grindy second attempt here with 518 pounds. We'll see what they decide to do.
Probably going to be a smaller jump.
Yeah. We do know he did injure his back just about last year, and he's been coming back from that.
I could even see him not coming out for a third.
Yeah.
We'll just see what happens there. But I mean, he did show a lot of heart there on the second attempt, having to put in that work.
And if he does come out for his third, it's just the love of the game. He just wants to put an attempt in. He wants to hit something. Doesn't really matter if all the odds are against him. Kyle Kim on platform 2. Kyle Kim is the 3rd best teen lifter at 75 kilos in the country, and he recently just competed in August at the Urban Powerhouse meet, where he just put up a massive meet PR, and he's looking to beat that even more today. Kyle Kim is incredibly strong. He's just 19 or 18, just entered college. Yeah,
he's got to be a freshman. I mean, he just competed at high school nationals back in April, where he placed 3rd in his division. Moving up from there, he actually competed in the 75 kilo class, and now he's in the 82.5, which I love to see out of younger lifters.
Oh, for sure.
Sometimes you see lifters in general, but also especially younger lifters, stay in the weight class that's too small for them, and they're cutting and they're ruining their progress. But I like to see when lifters are not afraid to move up a weight class, put on some muscle, build some strength, as we see Kyle Kim do there.
All right, Charlie Pepin Woods. This is the guy to watch on platform one, squatting 617 pounds.
This is already going to be a meet PR for him if he hits this. Let's see how it goes.
Very
Absolutely
controlled.
insane weights.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful squat form there. I mean, doesn't get bullied out of the hole, doesn't get bullied out of the form. He just goes straight up and down, 2-1. It's a good lift.
All right, Shafat Osmani coming out for his second attempt, just a hair over 300 pounds. This should be a 5 kilo meet PR for him as a second attempt. You know, hoping he hits this here. Representing Best Made Actions, coached by Brian Montalvin. Just didn't get it there. He might have gotten thrown out of position. Now, he has a pretty upright squat for someone with such long legs. Typically when we see lifters with longer femurs, they might have a lower bar position. They might fold over a little bit more, but Shafat stays pretty upright. And that 137.5 kilo might have just been something like a misgroove. He might have gotten a little bit out of position just because, his range of motion is so long, because his legs are so long. And he retakes 137.5 kilos for his third attempt squat, and he might smoke it.
Platform one, we've rolled into third attempts here as Leo Trong hits 192.5, going 3 for 3 in the squat event, building great momentum leading into the bench.
Danny Yar Aliyev is getting Danny chance from the crowd here. 402 pounds, just a little bit over 400, a little bit sticky out of the hole, but seems like he's not really having any problems with that.
Daniel on platform one, or Danny as the crowd is chanting, comes out to 200 kilos for his third and final squat attempt.
And Adriana, something that I'm kind of noticing is that there are different types of grinds. Some lifters kind of just slow down, but their technique doesn't really falter whatsoever. Some lifters kind of twist and turn, and maybe they get a little bit off balance. And those typically are the grinds that end up with the lifter missing there. A lot of the times when a lifter is just kind of slowing down, but their technique stays intact, they're usually able to kind of fight through that. So, it's definitely something to do with their technique when it gets to higher weights. Just being able to hold on to that position is really important. Aiden George coming out, I think he took his knee sleeves off after his opener attempt. There may have been a problem with the equipment, something along those lines, but seems like it didn't really bother him whatsoever.
Yep, he's still got room to grow for his third attempt there. Looks like he could jump maybe 7.5 kilos or so. Now Michael Bednar, platform one, gets some hype from the crowd for his third attempt at 202.5 kilos.
Yeah, in his last meet, he only hit 182.5 kilos. So this is a 20 kilo meet PR for him. Very controlled squat, just very beautiful. And that's just the slow down grind that we were talking about. Doesn't seem like technique changed whatsoever. You kind of just had to fight through that position, and you got it.
3 white lights, awesome job. Again, like you said, huge meet PR there. And that really instills a lot of confidence in the lifter. When you go 3 for 3, hit a big meet PR to start off the day, and hoping to carry that momentum into the bench press.
Yeah, the way that I usually like to think about it is that squat kind of sets the tone for the day, especially for myself and maybe some of my lifters that I'm handling. I typically don't like to go super aggressive with squat just because I think that a missed squat or just like a bad squat performance can kind of ruin you for bench and deadlift if you just don't really have the experience of competing a ton of times and you can't really mentally reset there. So with squat, I typically like to stay a little bit more conservative. I'm also not the best at squatting, so I'm not really trying to gain too many kilos out of that there. So I'm just trying to use squat to build some confidence into my better lifts of bench and deadlift. Asa Jackson coming out for 210 kilos for his third attempt. This is 10 kilos over his current meet PR. Just doesn't get it there.
Still going to walk away with 205 kilos. So he took a 5 kilo jump from there, not leaving too many kilos on the table.
Ryan on platform 2 fights through that second attempt. Seems like he might have 2.5 to 5 kilos more. 197.5 kilos. That's already a 22.5 kilo meet PR, I think, for him. Brian Grande from WPI Powerlifting taking his third attempt squat, just a hair under 500 pounds, 225 kilos or 496 pounds. This is, 45 kilos over his current meet PR. I think he opened with a meet PR as well, so regardless if he hits this or not, I'm sure he's proud of himself there.
And another lifter who just started competing this year. So great attempt selection there, especially for a newer lifter, let's say.
Yeah.
Goes 3 for 3, gets in that 225, and fairly easily, too. He could have had that 500 pounds in him. Depth looks no question there on platform 2 for Christian.
3 white lights.
Did look a little bit hard for a second attempt. We'll have to see where he jumps for his third.
All right, Bled and Tibmis coming out for a 500-pound squat. This is a good 12 and a half kilos over his current UPR. He has squatted 225 in training, but he's going for 227 and a half today.
I mean, this is the big milestone here. Is he going to enter the 500-pound club?
He does, very easily.
2 to 1, and he does.
Probably had a little bit more in the tank, but it's already 2.5 over what he squatted in the gym. So great call there by Coach Alexander Engelman. On platform 2, we have Mario Martinez coming out for 205 kilos. This is 2.5 over his current BPR. Again, Mario has had incredible training. He squatted 200 kilos just 4 weeks ago, incredibly easy, and he just
smokes that second attempt. Looks like an opener.
Yeah, we'll see what Coach Andrew does for him.
He is fired up coming off the platform.
Yeah, he's bringing the intensity for sure.
I mean, if I move my second attempt like that, I would be too. Platform 1, Eric, 230 kilos to end off his squat day. Let's see it. Yep.
Oh, great fight from him.
Looked like a good call there.
Really
could have had a bit
squat.
more in the tank, but like you said, some lifters don't like to go too aggressive in the squat. But that looked like a very solid third attempt.
Yeah.
3 for 3.
Hit that 500-pound mark. For those of you who have been training for a while, you guys know how hard it is to go from 400 to 500 pounds. Eric, squatted
It's a ton
just
of work.
under 400 pounds at his last meet, and now he just squats over 500 pounds. So, he's made incredible progress. James, smokes a 205 kilo second attempt. Seems like he'll go up another 7.5 to 10 kilos. Ryan Kim on platform 1, getting some Ryan chants from the crowd here. Another Northeastern favorite, 512 pounds. About a 2.5 times body weight squat, a little bit under that. Again, Ryan is also someone who squatted just under 400 pounds at his last meet, and now he's taking 500 pounds.
I mean, that's just insane progress there. Oh, and unfortunately, I held my breath. That's going to be a no lift. Gets a depth call, and then also I think he might have beat the rack command.
Oh, man.
That's very unfortunate. Like you said, that would have been his first 500-pound squat in meet. Or actually, he did squat 500 pounds on his second attempt, so he can still walk away with that 227.5, 500 pounds there.
Jacob Ronde fights through a 207.5 kilo second attempt on platform 2. 1 red light again from the left side judge. It seems like the left side of the bar is kind of tipping downwards for him, and that might be giving the ref a up and down call. That might be the reason why he's still getting a red card from that side. But again, as Adrian has been saying, majority rules, and he still walks away with a good lift of 207.5 kilos.
Platform 1, Chase.
Chase Cameron, what a fight.
Great fight with 235 kilos there. 2 to 1. It's a good lift. He celebrates. Building such strong momentum. 3 for 3 in the squat event.
Right, Benjamin Edelman on platform 2, coming out for 210 kilos for his second attempt. This is 37.5 kilos over his current BPR. Nice steady walk out there. Gets a squat command, control descent, fights out of the hole. Yeah, I think that moved just about as well as the second attempt should be moving.
And again, with these second attempts, you don't want it to be too easy, because then you have no idea where to go for your third, but you don't want it to be too difficult where you have nothing left in the tank.
For sure.
So like you said, that looked like a good speed there for Benjamin.
Keelan Donovan had an absolute grinder on his second attempt, and he still comes out for a third attempt. He fights through it even harder.
Awesome job there.
He has squeezed every kilo he has out of him today.
And that's difficult when you have to make that call to just jump the minimum 2.5 kilos.
Yeah.
You really have to get in the right headspace to be able to grind through that. So hats off to Keelan there.
Liam Caramello from UMass Amherst coming out for his second attempt squat, 468 pounds or 212 and a half kilos. High bar squatter, very upright, very nice squat, pushes through the ground really well.
Yeah, very nice squat there. 3 white lights. Could
But
potentially take another 10-kilo jump to his third.
for sure. Sean Haviland coming out for his third attempt squat. For those who are looking at home, Sean opened his squat at 200 kilos and he jumped 20 kilos and then another 20 kilos. So from his opener to his third now, he's jumped 88 pounds. That is a massive jump for someone like that, but you know, you never really question the coach's decision. Coach Chan from Imperium Strength has been making some pretty solid calls today.
Sean last competed a year ago at the Raw Collegiate Cup.
Yeah, he
Easy
could've
third
won
attempt
another
there. Yeah, it
10 to
shakes his
15.
head.
Tim Tran on platform 2 coming out for 212 and a half kilos, a 12 and a half kilo jump from his opener. Again, Tim has just absolutely blown up in the last couple months. All of his training has looked incredibly good. So he's really looking to have a supernova meet today. Yeah, he's smiling there. He's nodding his head. He knows he's on.
3 white lights secures that 5-kilo meet PR for Tim on platform 2.
All
And
right.
he's got room to go.
Ronan coming out for a 260 kilo third attempt squat, 573 pounds. This is 65 kilos over his current meet PR, close to 600 pounds there.
Let's see it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, he fights through it. He got it though.
Such a fast descent. And then, like you said, having that sticking point in the middle.
Yeah, some lifters really like to take advantage of some of the momentum that you can get by dropping down pretty fast and then bouncing out of the hole there. Calvin Chen is someone who kind of does the same thing. Just lost balance there, but great job by the spotters and loaders.
Okay, no one's
catching that
hurt. No
weight.
one's hurt.
All right, everybody's safe there. Really nicely done by the spotter and loader crew from WPI. Staying
Making sure to
engaged.
keep our lifters safe.
It's all good. So we're going to take some time to kind of reset on platform 2, get the bar back in the rack. But on platform 1, this is the best time for platform 2 to stop lifting because we have 639 pounds for Charlie Pepin Woods. The crowd is chanting Charlie. This is an insane squat for him.
This would be a 15-kilo meet PR. He's got a goal today to set the biggest total in NUPL history. Let's see him get this third squat in. Stand up with it. Yes. Wait to see what the judges say.
3 white lights. Charlie Pepin Woods just squatted just under 650 pounds.
That is absolutely insane work there for Charlie Pepin Woods.
So platform 1 is going to take a 10-minute break before they move on to bench. Platform 2, we're going to keep going with the second attempts with Tommy Zaccarello with 220 kilos, 485 pounds. Really nicely done with the spotters and loaders to get the bar back on the rack after Calvin Chen's second attempt miss. Tommy Zuccarello, the president of NUPL. This will be his last year competing under NUPL, so
he's going to want to end off strong.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, fights through it pretty well. This is 10 kilos under his current meet PR, so we'll see if he goes for 230, which is his current meet PR, or if he goes for 227 and a half or 225, just to kind of play it safe and hit his third attempt. Kyle Kim's coming out for his second squat of 232 and a half kilos, 512 pounds. And for someone who just entered college, this is an incredible squat.
Yeah, I mean, closing out the flight here.
Yeah, in a competition full of collegiate lifters, he is the one who has entered college the latest, and he is the strongest one today on squat.
Just insane talent here.
2.5 kilos over his current meet PR that he just set in August, so he's already made incredible progress since then. Takes his time. Kyle's also a very seasoned competitor. Him and a lifter from Platform 1, Leo Trong, are very good friends, and both of them have been competing for an incredibly long time, since high school. under the tutelage of our meet director Eric Cordero and Kyle
Nice
Kim.
squat there.
Oh, he's so happy about that. He's ready.
3 white
Yeah,
lights.
he might lose.
Yeah, excited to see where he goes.
Yeah. Shafat retaking 137.5 kilos. If you guys remember, with his second attempt, he might have just misgrooved a little bit, but he didn't really get it. The bar didn't really come up too high, so hopefully he can kind of focus up, recuperate, and get himself right for his third attempt. You guys can see on platform 1, the bench is getting set up. The lifters have a 10-minute break between squat and bench. We will be coming back for flight A, bench, starting with the collegiate women again.
And shout out to our meet director there, Eric Cordero.
Yeah, even though
in the red.
Even though he's the meet director, he's still on the ground putting in work. Probably the hardest worker today in the venue. Shafat looking to get a little bit of redemption from his second attempt miss there.
Let's see him hit this.
Yeah, he's taking his time, really making sure his feet are set in the right position. Nice descent, fights through it.
Nice.
Nicely done, Shafat.
See what the judges say. And it's good. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Really nicely done.
Redemption in the squats.
Yeah, great call by Coach Brian to kind of retake that there to make sure he didn't lose out on any kilos. Danyar coming out for 190 kilos for his third attempt there. This is 40 kilos over his current meet PR, 418 pounds. As a 75 kilo lifter, only 165 pounds.
Just started competing around about a year ago.
He weighed in incredibly light, 68.55. He could have, made
67.5
if you wanted to. Danyar is a clear crowd favorite. We had the crowd over here chanting NUPL for him. Very narrow stance. Yeah.
But hit depth, come on!
Danyar, just too much for the day. Probably, he
probably could have had 5 kilos, so he jumped 7.5. But that's all right. He still walks away with his second attempt at 182.5, and that's already, again, I mean, we've said it so many times today, but that's already a big meet PR for him.
Yep.
At his last meet back in February, he squatted 150 kilos.
Aiden George coming out for his third squat of 197.5 kilos. He's taken 10 kilo jumps all the way from his opener. If you guys remember, he comes out with a different pair of knee sleeves this time. His opener, he came out with the Gymshark knee sleeves. His second attempt, he did not have knee sleeves. And now his third attempt, he comes out with the SBD knee sleeve. So, something could have happened in the back. We never really know. But it seems like he's getting his equipment right going into the third attempt. 197.5 kilos is 2.5 kilos over what he's hit in training, and it is also 15 kilos over his current BPR. We'll see what he does. Sits down into it.
Depth looks through. No question.
Really nicely done for Aiden George.
Yeah, nice fight there. Looked like a good call for that third attempt. Yeah, 3 white lights.
Happy about that. That might be the move going forward. Change your knee sleeves between every single attempt.
Might be the move. Might be the new trend.
Tyler Shue coming out for 200 kilos, a nice flat 440 pounds.
This is a big milestone, too.
Yeah.
The big 200 kilos. 100%. And this is just Tyler Shue's second meet ever.
Wow.
So, I remember my second meet. I remember my first meet, and I'm sure you do, too. It's very, very nerve-wracking. You don't have that experience built under you. So let's see Tyler go 3 for 3 here.
Yeah, my first meet, I missed my second because I jumped the rack command, and then I went up another 10 kilos for my third, and I just outright failed it. And then I did the same thing for my bench, too, so.
It's like every lifter goes through that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Great. Nice. Beautiful squat form there. Just stands straight up and down.
Yeah, powerlifting has come a really long way since when we started. Lifters are getting the right education, they're getting the right guidance really early on in their powerlifting careers. A lot of lifters are hiring coaches before they even compete. Whereas, you could say for you and me, we probably did our first 2 or 3 meets just totally by ourselves, no idea what we were doing, and every single meet was another learning experience. Whereas a lot of these lifters are coming into their first meet already knowing all the keys that they need in order to succeed. Um, Ryan coming out for 202 and a half kilos. This will be 27 and a half kilos over his current BPR. All the Northeastern powerlifting lifters are incredibly prepared today.
And again, another lifter who just started competing a year ago.
Just barely had it.
Just a bit too much. Didn't really have to put in that much work, though. He didn't try to fight through it. He didn't try to stick at that sticking point for a long time. He just knew it wasn't there, let the spotters take it. And if you know it's not there, then that perhaps could be the move. I mean, you want to try your best, but at the same time, you have a long day ahead of you, and you want to save that energy for the bench and deadlifts.
Yeah, exactly. Christian Melendez coming out for 205 kilos for his third attempt. This will be a 52 and a half kilo meet PR for him.
Insane. I mean, and for
Yeah.
those who speak in pounds, that's over 100 pounds added to his squat.
In just a few months. 9 months. 100 pounds in 9 months.
Again, he's another one of our lifters who just started competing a year ago. Another one of our NUPL lifters.
Just a little bit too much on the day, but it's all right. He walks away with 200 kilos. He still walks away with a massive meet PR. We still got a lot of lifts ahead of us. All right, Jacob Grande coming out for his third attempt squat, 212 and a half kilos. Now, something to watch out for with Jacob is that the left side, well, the viewer's left side, his right side tends to kind of drop down a little bit more, and he's been getting some red lights because of that. Good thing the other two judges, the front judge and the right side judge, are giving him white lights, and he's hitting a standard there. But if this lift goes a little bit harder for him, and that left side comes down, and maybe he misses depth on the right side, or he just gets a soft lockout on the right side, that might be some trouble for him. Jacob is from Salem, New Hampshire. His parents are watching at home. Told him that I'd say hi for them. So, Mr. and Mrs. Grande, hope you're proud of seeing your son out here.
Let's see him hit this 212.5.
Oh, he fights through it, that left side, and he twists
my
all
gosh.
around, but this is raw strength. See what the judges say?
Yeah, and he's just
3 red
had this
lights.
form all day that is just very uneven.
Yeah.
3 red lights, unfortunately. He might have potentially jumped a command, as he did get yellow cards from all 3 of those referees. And we can't hear the chief referee's commands from all the way back here.
Mario Martinez, probably one of the more hyped up lifters here, coming out for 215 kilos. This is 12 and a half kilos over his current BPR. Again, Mario's training has gone insanely well. Coach Andrew has prepped him greatly. He hit 200 kilos just a few weeks ago very, very easily. His second attempt at 205 kilos also moved incredibly easily. So 215, I don't think is going to be any trouble for him whatsoever.
See lifters get a bit more fired up, a bit more keyed in for these third attempts. Come
This is a
on,
big
Mario.
squat for Mario. Oh yeah, he smokes it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and you can
Yeah.
see the emotion on his face. I mean, that has to be one of the best feelings in the
Yeah.
powerlifting world, to hit your third attempt, and that's a weight he's likely never had on his back,
Yeah.
considering he just hit 200 kilos in training.
Yeah. I know Mario has definitely had some of his struggles with training. This past summer, he was working a pretty strenuous job, and they couldn't really get training to go in the direction that they wanted him to. But now that he's back in Massachusetts, he seemed like he's dialed in with everything, and he smokes that 215 kilos for a 12.5 kilo meet PR. Calvin Chen coming back out for his third attempt. Now with his second attempt, he did kind of lose a little bit of balance there, and he fell onto the platform, but he just makes 217 look incredibly easy.
And they just made that call there to repeat that second attempt. You don't want to, kind of like you mentioned a few minutes ago, where you were at your first meet, you missed an attempt on a technicality, went up anyways, and then missed it on strength. So even though he smoked that third attempt, they just decided to play it safe. Don't want to risk too many kilos being
Yeah.
left on the table.
Yeah, great call there by Coach Brian. Um, Liam Carmelo coming out for his third attempt squat of 479.5 pounds, 217.5 kilos. This is 25 kilos over his current meet PR.
And he hit that just about a year ago at his first meet, the Raw Collegiate Cup. Now this is his second meet, returning to the platform at the Massachusetts State Championships.
Yeah, these lifters are incredible. Close to 500 pounds at your second meet. As we said, these lifters are coming in more and more prepared as he probably has another 2.5 to 5 kilos in him on the day.
2-1, it's a good lift, gets a depth call from the right side, but nonetheless, I mean, that would look fairly easy for a third attempt. He's got room in the tank. 500 is just around the corner for him.
For sure. James McKenna coming out for 217.5 kilos for his third attempt. On platform 1, we're just about to get started with another 30 to 40 seconds left before bench starts. But in the meantime, let's watch James hit 217.5 kilos. This is 15 kilos over his current EPR. Amazing hair. Takes a big brace in. Takes his time going down, very controlled, fights through it. Nicely done, James.
Nice work
He's
there.
happy there. All right, Benjamin Edelman coming out for 220 kilos. Some nice even 10 kilo jumps from him. Started at 200, now ending at 220. This is 27.5 kilos over his current EPR. Ben's a very composed squatter. He seems like he has his technique very solid. Him and his coach, Coach Chan from Imperium Strength, they've been working pretty hard, and it seems like everything is paying off, and he is having a great day today. Now on platform 1, you guys can start to see bench Carla Lovato coming out for her opener at 99 pounds or 45 kilos, and Benjamin just barely misses 220 kilos.
Still gets one white line. No, just kidding. The referee must have misclicked. But still walks away with 210 kilos nonetheless.
Yeah, Carla Lovato hits her opener bench with no problem whatsoever. Tim Tran coming out for 222.5 kilos, 490 pounds. Again, Tim has had incredible training in the last couple months. He has gotten so strong. I've gotten to train with him a few times. I've been following him for a while. Northeastern powerlifting favorite, Spindle barbell regular. It's all over the place in Massachusetts.
Man, and that's what I love about this Massachusetts, aka Boston community. There's so many different pockets of communities. People that go to Spindle, people that go to MUPL. It's really amazing to see.
All the way north and all the way south. And Adriana, you and I aren't even from this town whatsoever. I grew up in New York, and you were growing up in South Carolina.
South Carolina, yeah.
Right? But we were, gratefully accepted into this community. And Tim Tran just barely misses 222.5 kilos, but I'm sure he's pretty happy with 212 regardless. Payne Smith on platform 1 coming out with her opener bench at 47.5 kilos, just a hair over 100 pounds, representing UMass Amherst powerlifting. Tommy Zuccarello, 230 kilos, president of Northeastern powerlifting. This matches his current meet PR, but if you've been competing as long as Tommy has,
that's a win.
Yeah.
That's a dub right there.
Yeah, getting 2.5 kilos on any meet PR is huge for you. So, you kind of take what you can get on the day. A lot of the times, it isn't really about pushing to something that you've never hit before. A lot of the times, it's just taking what you have on the day.
Let's see it.
Tommy's no stranger to these third attempts. He's taken so many in his days. Nice and
Focus
controlled.
on his face.
There we
Come
go.
on,
Fight.
yes. That was a great call
Yeah, I'm
for
sure
his third
Tommy's
and final
happy about
attempt.
that. Miriam Bloom coming out on platform 1 for her opener bench, 57.5 kilos, 126 pounds. You can see her telling the spotter how she wants her liftoff.
And on platform 2, we're going to have our last squat of this first session of Massachusetts State Championships, Kyle Kim, going to come out to 242.5
This
kilos.
is a 12.5 kilo meet PR. Um, just insane squat for someone so young. Kyle was our third place winner at this year's high school nationals. He's now in college at UMass Amherst, but he is incredibly strong.
Let's see it.
Fights through it. Come on,
Oh,
Kyle.
come on, fight through that sticking
Yeah,
point.
He nodded halfway up. He knew he had it. We'll see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
Yes.
What a day he's having. Katie Kerrigan coming out for her opener bench, 137 pounds, 62 and a half kilos. Now, Katie's meet PR is 65 kilos, which she has tripled now. I got to speak to Coach Andrew, and she has benched that for 3 fairly easily. Again, her training has been going incredibly well. They have locked in on her programming, they have locked in on her technique, and we'll take a 10-minute break on platform 2 to get set up for bench as we continue on platform 1. Ashley Lopez, 137.7 pounds, 62 and a half kilos, just a hair over the 135 mark. And most of these lifters are going to be benching over a plate, especially all the girls. And you know, benching your body weight, I feel like, is an incredible feat of strength. And they're smoking it for their openers, so I don't think that they're going to have any problems going higher than that whatsoever. Wendy Zhu on platform 1 coming out with 70 kilos. This is already 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR. She has hit this for 3 in September, so hopefully we'll see her go, 75 to 77, 77.5 kilos for her third attempt here. Bench is definitely the more technical lift out of the 3. There's a lot more moving parts. In terms of the rules, there's a lot more things that lifters need to be aware of, whether it be their hands, whether it need to be their butt or their heels coming off the ground. There's also a press command that they have to think about. So, personally, from my opinion, I typically like to open bench a little bit lighter just to kind of account for the judging on the day. Maybe, I didn't train to a certain standard in training. Yeah, Wendy makes some pretty easy work of 70 kilos. As we saw on her squat, she's a little bit more of a grindier lifter, and that may translate over into bench. So, even though the 70 kilos moved a little bit slower than I personally would have liked my opener to move, sometimes you just have to play into the way that the lifter lifts. And if Wendy, is a little bit more of a grindier lifter, that may just be the way that her opener moves. Bethany Karp coming out for 72.5 kilos for her opener. This is 7.5 kilos under her current meet PR. Now, if you guys remember, Bethany actually took 4 squats earlier today. She took her opener, she took her second, which the spotters grabbed a little bit early, so she was granted a relift at the end of the flight. And then she had to take her planned third attempt of 137.5 kilos again just a few minutes later. But it seems like that's not affecting her whatsoever. 72.5 kilos absolutely flies for her. I know she has had a little bit of a battle with 80 kilos in the past. She has missed it at 2 meets in the past. So, we'll see if she's able to beat that today. Daria Bernard coming out for 72.5 kilos as well for her opener. This is already 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR. So she seems like she has made a ton of progress in the offseason as well, similar to most, if not all, of the Northeastern powerlifting athletes today. Platform 2 just has about 8 minutes left of their 10-minute break before bench starts. We'll be starting with Anika Mensik, 67.5 kilos in just a few minutes here, but Daria with 72.5 kilos, nice crisp pause. She just gets the press command really easily, and she makes light work of 72.5 kilos. For those who are watching at home who may not be familiar with the rules of the bench press in powerlifting, the press command isn't given until the bar is completely motionless on the chest. So if you see any lifters today where it seems like their press command is a lot longer than any of the other lifters, it may simply just be because their bar is wobbling a little bit on the chest, and the head judge cannot give the press command until the bar is totally motionless. Janani coming out with 75 kilos for her opener bench. We have put the red plate on the bar now. This is already 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR. A lot of these lifters will also have a fairly big arch, and in certain other federations they may count that as a no lift. Certain federations have different rules about the arching, and as you can see, Janani here, she has a little bit of a longer pause. Her press command came a little bit later, but it was most likely just because that bar shook a little bit, and the head judge didn't think it was fully motionless. But as I was saying, what you'll see is a lot of these lifters try to create as big of an arch as possible. This is so that their touch point, right, the point where the bar touches the chest, is a lot higher, so their range of motion is a lot shorter, and they don't have to move the bar as far as they would need to if they didn't arch. So it's just a way to kind of create a little bit more of a mechanical advantage, to kind of shorten the amount of movement that you actually need to have. Amanda O'Brien coming out with 77.5 kilos. Now, Amanda didn't have the greatest squat showing. She hit her opener and missed her second attempt on depth as well as her third, but hopefully she can kind of recuperate and come back for her third attempt on bench. Smoked 77.5 kilos. That is an incredible squat for someone, incredible bench for someone who weighed in just under 130 pounds. The birthday girl, Isabella Stone, is coming out for her opener bench at 80 kilos. This is just 2.5 kilos under her current meet PR. The Northeastern powerlifting crowd is chanting Bella. If you guys aren't with us in person, seems like Northeastern has an incredible culture with their team. A lot of them practice together. A lot of them are incredibly close friends. And having that camaraderie when you're coming out on the platform, or even when you're doing a meet, just knowing that your brothers and sisters are kind of with you the entire way, no matter what kind of problems you're having, no matter what struggles you're going through, your friends, some of your best friends, will be going through them just as well. And Isabella Stone smokes 80 kilos for her opener. Angeli coming out with 82.5 kilos. Angeli had a fantastic squat showing. She is an incredibly poised and controlled lifter. 82.5 kilos is already 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR, and she has hit 80 for 3. So
this should be easy for
this
her.
should be no problem.
Taking her time on the setup there. Has that beautiful arch. Moves it very, very easy. Great job for being a meet PR. 3 white lights there for Angeli. Platform 2, we've still got 4 minutes left in our break before we roll into the bench press. Jalen going to be coming out next to 87.5. We are already very, very close to that 200-pound mark on our opening attempts. This is around about 193 pounds. Jalen benched 92.5 in training. So we'll see how this moves for her, see potentially how much left she has left in the tank. And Jalen is another one of our lifters who are relatively new to the sport. Did her first meet just about a year ago, and she absolutely smoked 87.5 there. I imagine she'll jump probably 5 kilos to match what she did in training, and then see where you go from there. Could load up an all-time PR. We're going to go back to the top of the flight, onto second attempts. Peyton Smith, 50 kilos, taking a 2.5 kilo jump. And 2.5 kilos is the minimum jump that you can take, But at this weight, it is very, very common. And I mean, even just in the bench press in general, it's much more common to see that minimum 2.5 kilo jump just because it is a larger percentage of the weight that is being taken. Now we might have had the wrong lifter come out there. There we go. Peyton Smith coming out. She's still got 30 seconds to get that start command. Gets that start command. Nice and easy work there. Now again, bench press is one of those finicky lifts where I've seen time and time again where a lifter smokes an attempt, jumps 2.5 kilos, and then it's just stable to their chest. So likely she's just going to take another 2.5 there, try to go 6 for 6 leading into the deadlifts. Now Carla Lovato, 50 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. Carla is being coached by Alec Chen, attends Boston University, smokes 50 kilos there, and her previous meet best was 47.5. Miriam coming up next. 62.5 kilos on the bar for her. If you're going to a commercial gym, that is just over 145-pound plate on each side, around about 137 pounds. Platform 2, we're going to get started in the bench in just about 30 seconds.
Miriam Bloom gets the start command. Nice press command. A little bit uneven, but it seems like she didn't have too big of a problem here. Now, what you'll see, especially with some of our female lifters, just because they aren't benching as much objective weight, the jumps are going to be a little bit smaller. A lot of these girls are going to be taking 2.5 kilo jumps, maybe 5 kilo jumps, and in the rare situation, you may get a 7.5 kilo jump. But it's just because of a percentage, right? If you bench 50 kilos, 2.5 kilos is a 5% jump, whereas if you bench 150 kilos, 2.5 kilos is somewhere along the lines of like a 2% jump. So, you know, you'll see this across all three lifts. The heavier the weights get, the bigger the jumps tend to be.
Getting started on platform 2, Anika, 67.5 for her opening attempt.
Yeah, the lightest bench on platform 2 is already 148 pounds. Katie Garrigan also taking the same thing here for her second attempt. She makes light work of it. Very pretty technique there.
Oh, unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Katie.
What do you
Gets
think
2
happened there?
yellow cards from the side referees. Likely that's going to indicate that her butt probably kept off the bench. Either that or perhaps her foot lifted off the floor. But I mean, the weight itself moved easily, so we're going to have to see what they decide to do for their third and final attempt.
Yeah.
If they choose to repeat, if they choose to go up.
Yeah, Coach Andrew decides to repeat 67.5 kilos, which is probably the right call there, especially, again, as we come to these lower objective loads on bench. 2.5 kilos could be the difference between a very easy bench and a very hard bench, and especially with a technical thing like that, I don't think it's very advisable to jump that big of a weight. Ashley Lopez, 67.5 kilos as well, makes it move incredibly easily. Samantha Almont, 154 pounds, makes pretty easy
Nice.
work of that. Now Wendy Zhu comes out for her second attempt bench on platform 1 of 72.5 kilos. She opened at 62.5 kilos, and it did move a little bit slow, but again, Wendy seems to be a bit of a grindier lifter, someone who, the bar isn't going to move as fast, but things are still going to be moving pretty easy for her. So they seem confident. She takes 72.5 kilos there. Nice little self unrack. She gets the start command, clean pause. Ooh, just can't get it off the chest there.
And that's kind of what I was speaking about a couple minutes ago, where we've seen time and time again, bench press is just a finicky lift where you can see a lifter smoke a weight, go up just the minimum 2.5 kilos, and then it's stable to their chest. Kind of like you were talking about before, where that 2.5 kilos or any weight in particular is just going to be a larger percentage just because of the nature of the bench press. The objective weight is less than the squat or deadlift.
Yeah, there's not much you can really do about that from a coaching side of things. It's not like you can go to 73 kilos or 73 and a half kilos. The minimum is 2.5. So, as much as Wendy probably would like to hit her second attempt, 70 is most likely the most that she has for the day. So it's just a little bit unfortunate that that was her opener, but it is what it is. Bethany Cart coming out for 77.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from her opener. Again, in her last two meets, she has missed 80 kilos, so she's had a little bit of a battle there. So hopefully she can best it this time. She is now 1-2 against 80 kilos. She's hit it once, she's missed it twice, but that second attempt moves pretty well. So it seems like she will be going up to 80 kilos and will get Bethany versus 80 kilos yet again for the fourth time. Kaylin Gagnon on platform 2 coming out for 159 pounds, 72.5 kilos. This is already 5 kilos over her current meet PR.
Takes her time with the setup, takes her time with that controlled descent too.
Such a clean pause from Caitlin. Some lifters will have some longer press commands, some lifters will have some shorter ones. Again, it all depends on when the bar becomes totally motionless. We'll see how Daria Bernard does with 77.5 kilos on platform 1 here. She gets the start command, very clean pause at the chest, and she gets a fairly quick press command.
Now, it did slow down throughout, but there was no major sticking points. She was able to smoothly work her way through. Probably just going to jump 2.5 kilos from there, though. Unless we've seen some lifters where they can really grind out their lifts.
Yeah. Adrienne, I just want to say I really like it when you're the head ref and I have lifters competing. I like your press commands. I think they're very
I've got
fair.
great press commands.
Yeah. Every time I see you swap into that head ref chair when it comes to bench, I'm always...
You celebrate a little bit.
Madison O'Neill coming out for her opener bench, 75 kilos, 165 pounds. This is going to be 5 kilos under her current meet PR, so hopefully we'll see her beat that today.
Easy work there for Madison's opener on 2.
Yeah, and another command that a lot of lifters don't really practice too much is that start command. When you're a head ref, you do have to look for the 2 side refs to give the okay in order to give the start command. So the side refs are looking for your heels staying on the ground, your butt staying on the bench, and the head ref, you can't give the start command until those other 2 refs, or at least one of the other 2 refs, have given you an okay. So a lot of lifters will kind of, in training, just unrack the bar and bench whenever they're ready, whereas in meet, you do have to hold the bar out there a little bit longer before you can actually descend, and that kind of throws some people off. So Amanda O'Brien coming out with 82.5 kilos for her second attempt. This matches her current meet PR. A little bit of a fight, but she makes pretty easy work of it. Jamie Hall takes 77.5 kilos for her opener. This also matches her current meet PR, and she makes pretty easy work of that as well.
85 kilos is being loaded on both platforms. On 1, this is going to be Isabella's second attempt. On 2, it's going to be London's opening attempt.
Isabella's having a fantastic day. She smoked her third attempt squat. She smoked her opener bench. Seems like the powerlifting gods are on her side today, just because it is her birthday. So hopefully she.
So they have to be.
Yeah.
If they're not on her side, it's kind of messed up.
Yeah, I'd quit. If I had a bad meet on my birthday, I would never
quit.
do it.
Hopefully this goes well for her. She's got a very beautiful technique. Nice arch there.
And too much for her.
And that's the thing when you have those extreme techniques. If you just mess up even a little bit. If you touch your chest too low, a bit too high, then that's where you can run into those situations where it's either all or nothing. Either it's smoked or it just doesn't come off the chest. So, like, typically you wouldn't think that her third attempt would go, but she could have a chance at it if she's able to set up a bit better, maybe get a slightly quicker press command.
Yeah, the margin of error there is incredibly difficult. Alex Abdo coming out for 192 pounds, 87.5 kilos. This is 2.5 kilos under his current BPR. I actually got to talk to Alex in the bathroom a little bit just earlier, and he's just very lighthearted, just was joking around. He actually forgot to put his singlet on for his opener squat, and he just thought it was the funniest thing ever. We
I mean,
had,
I think that's hilarious.
yeah,
People ask me, you think everything's a joke? Yeah, I do.
yeah.
Angeli hits a relatively smooth second attempt at 87.5, getting very, very close to the big 90 kilo milestone.
Yeah, that's already 7.5 kilos over her current BPR, so I'm sure they'll go to 90 just because, they probably don't want to take too big of a jump there. Elizabeth Yard coming out with 92.5 kilos, 200 pounds. We have our first 200-pound bencher on platform 2. Elizabeth is a absolute beast.
Yeah.
192.5 kilos,
That was
424 pounds on squat. And now, if I were to open a 92.5, I would try and end the day around 100 kilos or 220 pounds. So for all you boys out there,
That's a big bench.
This girl's benching 225. She's squatting more than 4 plates. She's a beast.
Jalen makes easy work with her opener on, or her second attempt actually on one with 92.5, already over that 200-pound mark.
All right, we're coming back on platform 1 to our third attempts here. Peyton Smith, 55 kilos. This is a very interesting strategy here for her coach and her, where she took a 2.5 kilo jump from 47.5 to 50 from her first to second, but now on her second to third, she has taken a 5 kilo jump. So she took 5 pounds and then she took 11 pounds from her first to second and then second to third. She seems like she's made a lot of progress. In her last 2 meets, she has benched only 42.5 kilos, so she's doing a lot more than that today. But again, we'll see how this strategy pans out. A bigger jump from second to third isn't really something that you'll see fairly often, but again, these lifters are very experienced. They kind of know what they're doing. So, I'm sure this is a smart call for her.
Lane hits a super easy opener with 92.5. Oh, come on, Peyton.
Fights through it.
Seems like it was a good call. See what the judges say.
Yeah, 3 white lights.
3 white lights. And like you were saying, it is difficult. It's not as typical to see a smaller jump and then a bigger jump, but her second attempt was smoked. So that's where they had that conversation, made that 5 kilo call, and it ended up being good. 6 for 6 on the day.
All right, Joy Lee is coming out with a 97.5 kilo opener, just 2.5 kilos under that 220 mark. This is already 5 kilos over her current meet PR. I know she has benched 100 kilos in training, so hopefully she'll beat that today. But again, crowd favorite here. Everybody loves Joy Lee. She is our 2024 USAPL Collegiate Nationals 90 kilo equipped champion. So.
And Carla on one just smoked her third and final attempt with 55 kilos. Again, another lifter hasn't missed a lift. 6 for 6 leading into the deadlifts.
Joy Lee, see what she does for an opener here.
Oh, come on, Joy. Kind of shakes her head. Might have been a bit tougher than she expected, but thankfully she still gets that lift in. I imagine they're probably just going to jump 2.5 kilos from there.
100%. Miriam Bloom is coming out for her third attempt at 65 kilos. She's pretty much taking the smallest jumps you can. Oh, actually, she took a 5 kilo jump from her opener to second. But this is 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR, so we'll see if she hits this. just isn't there for the day. Sky Wu is coming out for his opening bench at 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds. Now, if you guys remember from squat, Sky just had the bar a little bit too low on his back, and he missed his second and third squat on technicality. So he's kind of looking to get a little bit of redemption here. Very close grip, very long arms for Sky. If it works.
Nice touch there. Gets that opener in.
Katie Garrigan is coming out for 67.5 kilos for her third attempt. Now on her second attempt, she got called for a technicality, most likely her butt coming off the bench. So hopefully she can keep that on for this attempt and she can get the lift. Yeah, very easy there.
Through red lights, gets that in.
Yeah, so that's
picks up an extra 5 kilos.
It's 2.5 kilo meet PR for her. Going in, we have Stefan Wynn with 105 kilos, 231 pounds, sorry. This is already 7.5 kilos over his current meet PR, so he has had some good training in the offseason. Hey, Adriana, I just kind of want to point out how many lifters have gone 9 or 6 for 6 so far or haven't missed a lift. I'm not sure if you've seen this, but...
No, I've noticed it. The execution is on point, and typically, if I'm being honest, collegiate lifters don't have that. Typically at collegiate meets, you're seeing Christmas tree lifting casts where there's a ton of red. And I mean, with such an experienced teams like NUPL, UMass Amherst, we're seeing a great execution here in this collegiate session.
You know, a recent stat just came out that the greatest determinant for victory in a powerlifting meet is going 9 for 9. I think about 32%, or I think it raises your chances of winning by 32% if you go 9 for 9. Don't quote me on that, but you know, a lot of these lifters aren't just competing against themselves and their past, but they're also competing against each other, and they're competing for their schools. So a lot of these lifters want to squeeze out as many kilos as possible, just hit lifts. Make sure they go 9 for 9, 27 white lights for 27 white lights. We have Wendy Zhu coming out for 72.5 kilos. She missed her second attempt on strength, but again, it could have just been a technical thing. Her opener was a little bit slow, but you know, her attempts all day have been a little bit slow. So we'll kind of see if she can get this third attempt, just not there for the day. Jacob Schwartz taking 125 kilos, 275 pounds. Again, the greatest smile in USAPL. He makes pretty light work of that. That's already a 27.5 kilo bench PR. Bethany Karp is coming out with 80 kilos on platform 1. As we've said before, she has had some battles with 80 kilos. She hit it once, and then the last 2 meets, she has missed it twice. So she is 1 and 2 with 80 kilos right now. So we'll see if she can improve her record to 2 and 2. This is Bethany versus 80 kilos number 4. She's getting some chance from her team at Northeastern Powerlifting here. Could be a huge barrier for any lifter to kind of see.
Yeah, any of those, I think 10 kilo increments can be a big milestone. And like you said, if she's missed it before, it could be a demon she's trying to defeat here. Let's see her hit this. Nice press command. Yes, that should be good. Awesome job there from Bethany Karp.
Now
3 white lights.
Bethany bests 80 kilos this time around.
She defeats that demon.
Yeah. Hopefully next time we'll see her go even more than that. But in the meantime, Samantha on platform 2 just smokes 72.5 kilos, 159 pounds for her second. Hopefully we'll see her go up another 2.5 from there. Daria Bernard coming out for her third attempt at 82.5 kilos. She's taken some 5 kilo jumps. A little bit aggressive there, but again, when we come to these higher objective loads, some bigger jumps are expected. I'm sure when we get to Flight B, we'll see some big jumps from some of these benchers here.
Anika on 2, 5 kilo jump to 72.5. Hasn't competed in a year and a half. Coming out from Arkansas, but now she goes to an UPL.
Daria just barely misses her third attempt bench. Again, that 2.5 will kill you, man.
Let's see Anika add these 5 kilos. Solid. I would probably just jump 2.5 from there, just because you saw that slow down in the middle. And that would, if she hit hits 75 kilos that would match her best in competition. And that's a win, especially after dealing with some injuries, taking some time off.
All right, Janani comes out with 85 kilos. This is already 12.5 kilos over her current meet PR. She's had a great day so far. So far, she is 5 for 5, hoping to extend that to 6 for 6. Janani is an executioner. She does hit lifts, so we'll kind of see what she does with this third attempt bench. 5 kilo jump too. Fights through it. Oh, just barely there.
Still going to walk away with 80 kilos. And again, like you said, that 5 kilo jump, sometimes it's just a bit too much, especially in the bench press.
All right, Bella Stone coming out for 85 kilos again. She did miss her second attempt. We thought it was a technical thing. She does have a very big arch, so some of these smaller details might matter a ton for her. So we'll see if she can kind of clean that up and come back and hit her third attempt.
Marva on 2. Relatively big jump for bench, 7.5 kilos. Moves it fairly smooth. Should be good. 3 white lights.
A little bit of a shaky unrack for Bella Stone, but she seems to take her time and settle down. We'll see if she can kind of recover in the middle of the rep. Here we go, elevates up, presses up.
Let's see it.
Oh, just barely had it.
Thankfully, she did get in her opener, so she's not going to risk bombing out. That would be unfortunate if she were to bomb out on her birthday, but
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully, she does get in that opening attempt, and she jumped 5.5 kilos, so if you're really thinking about it, she only potentially left 2.5 kilos on the table there.
Oh, for sure.
That's one of those situations where you got to talk to your lifter in the back. You got to have that conversation to just shake off the bench, move on, and try to go 3 for 3 in the deadlifts. End off the day strong.
Amanda O'Brien coming out on platform 1 for an 85 kilo third attempt bench. She did go 1 for 3 on squats, so she's trying to bounce back here and go 3 for 3 on bench. Her last attempt moved pretty well, and she fights through this third attempt. Again, just couldn't get it. Again, those 2.5 really messes everybody up. I think the the lift that's missed most frequently is the third attempt bench, and it's because of exactly that. A lot of lifters will jump 2.5, not thinking it's too much, but 2.5 kilo jump on bench is a lot different than a 2.5 kilo jump on deadlifts or squat.
Angeli's going to be trying to break that trend, coming out to 92.5 for her final attempt. Going to take her time setting up.
Right.
I mean, bench is such a technical lift. You got to set up exactly right. You don't want to be loose as a goose.
Yeah, for sure. Madison O'Neill on platform 2, taking 80 kilos, 176 pounds for her second attempt. This is her current meet PR that she absolutely smokes, so we'll see if she goes up 2.5 or 5.
And that's got to be a good feeling.
For sure.
Angeli,
Yeah, the streak continues. Just a little bit too aggressive there. We'll see if Jalen.
the 5 kilos, it'll get you.
Yeah.
Now, Jalen, hopefully, she can be the one to end this streak. Another 5 kilo jump here to 97.5.
97.5 is already a 22.5 kilo PR for Jalen. We talk about 2.5 kilos is a lot for a lot of these benchers. She just increased her bench press by about 47 pounds, close to 50 pounds in the last
Just
couple
insane
months.
progress.
I honestly don't think there's 22.5 kilos between my first meet and my most recent meet. So
I don't think so for me either. All right, let's see. Jamie Hall, platform 2. Ooh, having to put in some fight with 82.5 kilos for her second attempt, but it's a good lift. 3 white lights.
yeah. Jalen Mack trying to end the trend. She pauses it, fights through it. Really nicely done. But again, that moved quickly, but I would assume if they went up to 100 kilos, if they just jumped 2.5, she most likely would not have gotten it. So really great call by the coaching staff there. NUPL, they have a fantastic coach in Kate Driscoll. A lot of them are very prepared. A lot of them are very seasoned. They kind of know what they need to do in order to perform well on the platform. We have another NUPL lifter, Alex Abdo, coming out for his second attempt bench, 203 pounds for him. This is already a 2.5 kilo meet PR.
Yeah, and his first attempt moved very well.
Yep. Leo Trong on platform 1 will be starting flight B now, coming out with 105 kilos, 231 pounds for him.
Got decently long range of motion there on 2.
But
But
already a
it's
two and
no
a half kilo meet
issue.
PR.
To the 1, that's a good lift. Gets 1 yellow card, which could be a multitude of things, but doesn't matter. He still gets the lift in.
Yeah. Austin Jackson taking 110 kilos, 242 pounds on platform 1, and then London taking 92.5 kilos or 203 pounds on platform 2. London took a very big jump from 85 kilos to 92.5 kilos. A bigger jump than we've seen a lot of the women take here today. But again, the weights are getting a little bit higher, the jumps are getting a little bit bigger. We'll see how she does. She has a very close grip.
Let's see it. Yes.
Yeah, really nicely done. I'm sure she'll go up another 2.5 kilos.
Probably
from
2.5.
there. Yeah. Asa Jackson about to take 242 pounds. Very slow, controlled descent, but he pushes it up very well.
Very fast press command there.
Yeah. All right, Elizabeth Yard taking 97.5 kilos. This is 7.5 kilos over her current bench PR. If she hits this, hopefully they can go up to that 220 pound mark, 100 kilo mark, which would be a massive milestone for her. Ryan Kim, 112.5 kilos on platform 1, 248 pounds. This is already a 5 kilo meet PR. Ryan just barely missed 507 on his third attempt squat there, so he missed out on a little bit there, but hopefully he can make up for it going into bench. Very long range of motion, but very easy press.
Elizabeth Yard now, 97.5, fairly smooth for her second attempt.
Yeah.
5 kilo jump, that's 215 pounds. Getting very, very close to that 225 pound milestone. Or some lifters, if you think in kilos, that 100 kilo milestone.
Yeah.
It's a very big one.
Lena Santi taking 100 kilos for her second attempt. If she hits this, she'll most likely go to 102.5, which is 226 pounds. So for all the gym bros out there, this girl has squatted 375 pounds, and she is now benching 220 pounds. So you guys better catch up. Chase Cameron on platform 1, smoking 120 kilos or 264 pounds for his opener. It's only 2.5 kilos under his current meet PR there. We'll see how Lane does with this 220 pounds.
Let's see it. Very controlled descent.
Oh,
Awesome
yeah,
press there. Yep.
Yeah,
Really nice work. And you see often from those 7.5 kilo jumps where it's just a bit too much, lifter slows down a lot, but she handled that jump very, very well. Just goes to show how much good planning can come into effect on meet day.
All right, Joy Lee is coming out for her second attempt. If you guys remember from the first attempt, Joy didn't really have too great of a lift there. She kind of shook her head coming off the platform. She didn't really feel like this was kind of her best. But, she's doing the best that she can. She's taking the 2.5 kilo jump up to 100 kilos. This is her best bench. I think this matches her gym PR. But
let's see how it goes for her. Hopefully she can set up a bit better. Maybe get a faster press command.
Good press command.
Let's see it.
Yeah, just not there today.
Just a bit heavy.
We'll see if her and her coach decide to take another attempt and go for it again, or they kind of just decide to scratch that third attempt. If she's not confident in that, I'll
and I mean, when you do have a bench that has a higher arch, you do have to think about the fact that, I mean, you're contorting your back, right? And you still have deadlifts to go, so some lifters do experience back cramps in the bench press. So that is something to consider, whether she's going to not come out for her third attempt or come out anyways.
Yeah, it seems like she just scratched her third attempt, put in 0 kilos there. So she won't be coming out for another attempt. So she finishes 1 for 2, 97.5 kilos. That's still 5 kilos over her current meet PR. So still not a bad day from her, but definitely not the day she was looking for. Sky Wu is about to take 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds for his second attempt. This matches his current meet PR. Trying to get a little bit of redemption from the 2 missed squats. Yeah, mixing it pretty well there. Keelan Donovan opening at 130 kilos. If you guys remember on his squat, he grinded out 235 kilos, and then he came back and grinded out 237.5 kilos again just a few minutes later. So this guy is a fighter.
Got a lot of grit on him.
Yeah. Stefan Wynn, 115 kilos on platform 2, 253 pounds there. This is already 17.5 kilos over his current meet PR.
His second meet ever.
Yeah. Ronan on platform 1, opening with 130 kilos as well. It just blows it off the chest there.
Exactly what you want from an opening attempt. Something easy, something that you can hit no matter what, no matter the circumstances. And that's what Ronan just executed there.
Really nice arch for Stefan here.
Oh, come on. Fight through it. There it is.
So they'll most likely take a
2.5 kilo jump, likely.
So Sean is coming out, and he's wearing a belt, and I think this is the first lifter we have wearing a belt on the bench. From a technical standpoint, a lot of the time, some lifters may feel like they get a little bit of a better arch because of the belt. They just almost feel like there's more reference to squeeze the lower back there. So some lifters may use that. We'll see a lot of bigger lifters use belts, so lifters who are in that like 120 kilo, maybe even higher weight class, and they'll use the belt to almost push some of their belly fat up so they can get their touch point a little bit higher. But typically at these lighter weight classes, we don't see a ton of lifters benching with a belt on, but it seems like Sean has found what has worked well for him. He benches with the belt on, and he smoked 135.5 kilos. Jacob Schwartz coming out with 132.5 kilos for his second bench. This is already 40 kilos over his current meet PR. Oh, not 40, 35 kilos over his current meet PR, sorry.
Platform 1, we are already over the 300-pound mark on these opening attempts. Daniel's coming out to 145 kilos. Now Jacob Schwartz, 3 white lights for that second attempt.
Yeah. Danny Burko smoking 145 kilos. Now he has hit 155 kilos in training, so hopefully he'll take some 5 kilo jumps, or maybe a 7.5 kilo jump and then a 5 kilo jump after that, and he can bench 157.5, just barely beating out his current best. Sam Almonte coming out for her third attempt bench, 75 kilos, 165 pounds. This is 5 kilos over her current BPR.
And again, we have so many lifters who have just been competing for about a year. So still a relatively new lifter in terms of powerlifting experience.
Charlie Pepin Woods coming out with 155 kilos for his bench. Charlie had the biggest squat by far earlier today, squatted just shy of 650 pounds, so he is incredibly strong. Looking at his deadlift opener, he is a puller. He is a puller and he is a squatter, so bench seems like a bit of an intermission for him, I'd guess. A lot of times lifters will have the lifts that they like a little bit more, but then they have the lifts that they don't really want to do as much, and those lifts tend to serve as like mental resets for them where they can just take a little bit of a break.
He's still got a great bench on him. I mean, opening up with 155 kilos.
Anika taking her third attempt with 75 kilos. She took those small jumps as we kind of talked about. This matches her current meet PR, so...
Let's see her hit this. Really awesome job getting that bar to be motionless as quick as possible so she can get that press command. 3 white lights. That must feel really good to get that third bench in after missing the third squat.
Brian
the
Grande
deadlifts.
coming out with 160 kilos. Brian actually won junior bench national, so he is a presser.
Yeah, 160 kilos to close out openers on platform 1. 352 pounds.
Yeah. Ryan has benched 175 kilos in the past, so we'll kind of see what he does here. But wow, very close grip. Not too big of an arch. He does have a little bit, but typically we don't see this from
Just
lifters who
pure
bench so much. But
strength. That
wow.
was, I mean, 160 kilos being smoked like that. Really excited to see where he jumps from there.
Yeah, he's a bench champion for a reason. We have Caitlin taking her third attempt bench here of 77.5 kilos. This is 10 kilos over her current MEPR. She did jump 5 from her last attempt, but based on what we've seen on platform 1, flight A, most lifters
Nice on
won't hit
platform
that,
2.
but she does. She makes pretty easy work of that.
Yeah, good redemption there for Caitlin. Missing that second attempt, coming back and hitting it on her third. That's very, very difficult to do, not only physically, but mentally. To get in the right headspace, you really got to believe that you can hit the weight to be able to come back and get redemption like she just did.
All right, Madison O'Neill coming out for her third attempt bench on platform 2, but in the meantime we have Leo Trong taking his second bench of 112.5 kilos on platform 1.
Slow, controlled
Yeah.
descent.
Even though he's so young, Leo is a seasoned competitor. This is his 7th meet, so he's done a lot more meets than some of these older collegiate students. Some of these collegiate students who are pursuing masters and they're in their mid-20s. Leo is only 17 or 18 years old, but he's already done 6 meets before, and this is his 7th one. So see if Madison O'Neill can hit this 82.5 kilo bench. This is 2.5 kilos over her current EPR. Oh,
Nice.
nicely done.
Really great job from Madison. 6 for 6 on the day thus far. Building strong, strong momentum leading into the deadlifts.
Asa Jackson on platform 1, coming out to hit a second bench of 117.5 kilos. Some fight there, but
Probably just going to jump 2.5, maybe 5 kilos, but I would likely go 2.5.
yeah.
But still, solid attempt there.
Marwa on platform 2, taking her third attempt bench at 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds. This will be 10 kilos over her current MEPR. She already
10
hit
kilos in the bench press. It's a lot.
She already hit a MEPR on her second attempt of 77.5 kilos, so she is going up a little bit more, trying to get some of the kilos here. And then on platform 1, we have Ryan Kim taking his second bench at 120 kilos, 264 pounds. Nice on rack from Marwa.
Taking her time with that setup. See her hit this, 82.5. Just hits the wall, isn't able to climb over it. Platform 1, though, Ryan Kim hits a solid second attempt with 120 kilos.
And then Chase Cameron coming right after him with 130 kilos, taking a 10 kilo jump from his opener of 120. As I said, we're going to see some of these bigger jumps coming into these higher weights and these heavier weight classes. The biggest jump that we saw in the earlier flights with all the women was 7.5 kilos, and now we're seeing a 10 kilo jump from Cameron here. Jamie Hall taking her third attempt bench of 85 kilos, just jumped 2.5 from her previous one. She already hit a MEPR on her second attempt, so we'll see if she can kind of extend that a little bit more. Chase Cameron.
Adding some icing to the cake.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Big breath. Nice
Let's
motionless touch. Awesome. Should be a good lift there. And it is. 3 white lights, and she is excited. Again, another lifter. Just awesome execution we've seen throughout the day. 6 for 6. Hoping to carry that momentum into the deadlifts.
Eric Boworth coming out with 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. This is 22.5 kilos over his current MEPR.
That's
Flatter back.
50 pounds.
Wow. Very smooth there. London taking 95 kilos for her third attempt. This is already 15 kilos over her current BPR. She has a very close grip.
Yeah, I mean, this is impressive. 210 pounds. Let's see it.
Oh, let me
Fight
see
through
if she
the
can fight
sticking
through it. Come
point.
on, London.
Not going to go. Still walks away with 92.5. And, I mean, she just jumped the minimum amount. So,
Yeah, not much you can really do
yeah.
there. Keelan Donovan taking 135 kilos for his second attempt. His first was a little bit grindy, but as we saw on squat, this dude can grind. This dude can fight through a lot of these slower moving lifts. So we'll see how much of a fight he puts up here. Oh, a bit sticky there. He just doesn't get it. Yeah, we'd see with bench a lot of the times that some lifters aren't able to grind as well as they are on squat or deadlift. I think this is just because bench requires a lot more technique. It's also the, the lift that requires the smallest muscle group, so the amount of force output that you can have isn't really as high. Alex Abdo taking 97.5 kilos for his third attempt bench. He pushes
Fight
through it.
through.
He's
Come
fighting. He's
on.
fighting. Seems like he's not there today.
Showing a lot of heart, though. And he still walks away with 92.5. And as you said earlier, that third attempt bench is so tricky. It's the most missed lift in competition by far.
All right, Elizabeth Yard taking 100 kilos, 220 pounds for her third attempt. In the meantime, on platform one, Michael smokes 303 pounds. Got one red light on bench. It was a blue card. Now let's pay attention here to platform two. Elizabeth Yard squatted 424 pounds for her third, and now she's taking 220 pounds on bench press. This is insane. And she's looking ahead. She's opening deadlifts with
205.
452 pound deadlift opener. She might pull 500 today. Ronan, a little bit of a sink there.
Very fast
But
for a
very
second
fast.
attempt with 137.5.
See what Elizabeth Yard can do today.
She's got this in the bag. Come
Oh
on.
my god.
Yes.
She's having an insanely good day.
Looks like a great call for that final bench attempt. And like you said, she's going to be opening up with 205 kilos, so you're going to want to stick around for that. And Lane now just continuing that just insane strength coming out of NUPL.
105 kilos, 231 pounds. On platform one, we have Sean Haviland in the belt, benching 145 kilos, just a little bit over that 3-plate 315 mark. This is just 2.5 kilos shy of his current meet PR, so hopefully we'll see him go beyond that today. Long pause there. He fights a little bit, but I think he'll be able to go up 2.5 if he's being a little bit more aggressive and he thinks that, oh, didn't hit it. Now, we did get a yellow card on bench press for all three refs, so it may be the case that his butt came off the bench or his heels came off the bench, a little bit more of a technical thing. But on platform two, Lane about to take 231 pounds. Oh my god, she smokes it. She's having a fantastic day.
I mean, think about that 231 pounds that she just hit. Insane. And, I mean, she's got a strong deadlift on her, too, opening up with 170 kilos later in the day. Another 6-for-6 lifter. Building momentum. Daniel now, platform 1, 152.5 for his second attempt. Solid.
Yeah,
Had to put in some work.
but really smooth there. 152.5 kilos is already 15 kilos over his current BPR, so we'll see if he can get a little bit more later. Sky Wu taking his third attempt bench press at 112.5 kilos, trying to get some redemption after the two missed squats. His second attempt moved pretty well, and I think 112.5 will be there for today, so fingers crossed that he gets this here. Closer grip, bigger arch here. We'll see what he has, if he can fight through it. Yeah, really nicely done there for Sky. On platform one, we have Bledin Titmus taking 152.5 kilos. This is 10 kilos over his meet PR, and he just absolutely demolishes it. I don't think his third attempt will be any problems whatsoever. On platform 2, we have Stefan Wynn taking 117.5 kilos, already 20 kilos over his current meet PR. At his last meet, he did miss 102.5 kilos, and he opened well beyond that today. So I'm sure he's definitely proud of himself there. Took a small jump to 117.5 kilos from 115 kilos on his second attempt. But again, it's a very smart call there, just trying to get as many kilos as possible, not trying to be too aggressive and potentially miss out on anything. Charlie Pepin Woods on platform 1, taking 300.
Come on, Stefan, fight through. It's not going to go. Only jumped 2.5 kilos, so if anything, he just used up a bit of energy there.
Yeah. Jacob Schwartz about to take 140 kilos, but on platform 1, Charlie Pepin Woods is taking 165 kilos or 363 pounds for his second attempt. And he moves that pretty smooth.
Yeah, I mean, that is 363 pounds right there that Charlie Pepin Woods just moved very, very easily. Gets one blue card, probably for his elbows not being locked out, but no worries. We've got a little chant going on here.
Jacob Schwartz about to bench 308 pounds, just shy of that 3-plate mark. But this is already a massive, massive PR for him. His last meet, he didn't even bench 220, and now he's benching over 300 pounds. They're screaming Jacob in the crowd for him. Gino is going crazy. He is definitely a crowd favorite. He might be one of my favorite lifters here. Just an amazing smile out of this kid. Brian Grande, our junior bench national champion, hitting his second attempt at 170 kilos. And he smokes it pretty well. Jacob just barely misses 140 kilos. Just too aggressive of a jump there. He probably would have had 137.5, but you know, I'm sure he's pretty happy about that. And then on platform 2, we're going to transition right into flight B, opening up with Shafat, 87.5 kilos. I actually got to talk to Shafat's coach, Brian, in the warm-up room just earlier, and we talked about his second attempt, and he just said that Shafat's knee cramped up a little bit, and he just kind of dumped the bar. He didn't really feel like it was worth trying to push, especially with the knee being in a little bit of pain. So he kind of just gave up there, and he wanted to just come back and hit it for the third, and definitely a good call there in the moment by Shafat.
Yeah, and that's the difficult thing about when you're back here in the commentary booth or when you're just spectating a meet. You never know the story behind what's going on. You never know what the lifter is facing. So that's some good intel there to know that his knee had cramped up, and thankfully he was able to come back on his third attempt.
Yeah, Leo Trong hitting 117.5 kilos for his third attempt. Has a 15-kilo meet PR today. Really nicely done. Asa Jackson coming out with 122.5 kilos for his third attempt, as Shafat attempts to take 187.5 for his opener here. Yeah, nicely done for Shafat. Very long legs, very long arms. He's definitely someone who, you know, call them deadlift specialist. Just built very well for deadlifts, not so well for the other two, but still got to do all 3 lifts regardless. Asa Jackson taking 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds for his third attempt. We'll see if he can kind of press through it. Come on, keep fighting, Asa. Just not there on the day. Calvin Chen on platform 2 taking 110 kilos. This is 12.5 kilos shy of his current meet PR. Calvin did miss his second attempt due to some balance issues where he kind of fell forward, so he retook it on his third attempt on squat, and he smoked it, so hopefully we'll see a little bit more of a fight from him on bench. Makes it pretty easily. Ryan Kim taking 125 kilos for his third attempt bench on platform 1, 275 pounds, that big 2.5 plate mark. The crowd is very loud for him right now, cheering him on.
Missed his third attempt squat, so trying to get in his third attempt bench here.
Yeah.
Tyler Hsu on 2, gonna get started with 112.5 kilos.
See what Ryan Kim can do here on platform 1. A little bit shaky on the chest, but he's pushing, he's fighting. Oh, the bar
Not
starting
gonna
to go
go.
down just barely there.
Still gonna walk away with his second attempt at 120 kilos.
Tyler Shu makes easy work of 112.5 kilos here. It's a very similar trend with the guys and the girls in Platform 1. We've had, let's see, 7 missed third attempt benches and only 6 good attempt benches for the third attempts for the girls. And for the guys, we're already with only 1 hit third attempt and 2 missed third attempts. So we'll see if Keelan can come back and hit 135. He did miss it on the second, but same thing happened on squat where he hit 235. It seemed like an all-out grinder, and then he goes for 237.5, and he still hits it. So this guy can really fight. We'll see what he can do here.
Platform 2, Danyar hits his opening attempt at 112.5. Looked a little bit difficult for an opener, but just a bit sticky in the middle. He's got a long range of motion to go.
And on Platform 1, Keelan just barely misses 135, but he still hit his opener, so he prevented himself from bombing out. Walking away, going 1 for 3 on bench with 130 kilos. Coming up, we have Chase on Platform 1 and Ryan on Platform 2, both part of Northeastern Powerlifting, the biggest team here today in our Massachusetts State Championships. Chase is looking to take 135 kilos, just shy of 300 pounds. Second attempt moved well. He's fighting through this third, and he just barely gets it. Ryan makes easy work of 115 kilos for his opener, 253 pounds. That's already a 2.5 kilo meet PR for him. So hopefully we'll see a lot more from Ryan there. Eric coming out with 140 kilos on Platform 1. This will be a 30 kilo meet PR for him, 66 pounds.
That is
From his
insane.
last meet. He did jump 12.5 kilos from his second attempt to his third attempt, so it's a fairly big jump. We've had 4 misses in a row on Platform 1 for these third attempt benches, so we'll see if he can break the curse here.
Let's see it, Eric.
Gets the press command, quick press command.
Come on, yes!
Right there.
Breaks the trend. What are the judges going to say? 3 white lights.
Aiden George on Platform 2 is about to take his opener. A little bit sticky, but
Pretty smooth all the way
Pretty smooth.
through still.
117.5 kilos is only 2.5 shy of his current meet best, so we'll see a lot more out of him. On Platform 1, we have Michael Bendar taking 314 pounds, 142.5 kilos, that big 3-plate mark.
Yeah, this is a big milestone
This is
for a lot of
also
lifters to hit.
12.5 kilos over his current meet PR. Now he has hit 140 in training. He hit it back in July. So with some time between then and now, hopefully he's put on some good weight with his bench press. 142.5 kilos, 2.5 over what he's hit in training. Gets that press command. Oh, he makes easy work of that. Liam Caramello also on Platform 2. Very light work of 120 kilos. Having some very strong benches on Platform 2. Everyone seems like their openers are moving exactly as they planned. Jacob Grande coming up on Platform 2. Ronan Hinshaw coming up on Platform 1. Jacob with 270 pounds, Ronan with 319 pounds. Now Jacob did miss his third attempt squat. He didn't miss it on strength. He did miss it on a technicality, some up and down movement, and maybe a little bit of a depth call. So we'll see if he can get some redemption here on bench. Ronan benching 145 kilos for his third attempt. This is 20 kilos over his current meet PR. He sinks it a little bit. He pushes it up. We'll see if he hit all 3 white lights. Ooh, he misses 2.
Unfortunately, no lift.
It seems like he jumped the press command a little bit.
I'm not sure
So-
what happened there on Platform 2. It's a good lift. 3 white lights. I think that chief referee was just getting closer so that he could hear the commands. But yeah, like you were saying, Jacob had missed his third attempt squat on some sort of technicality. And I mean, this is only his second meet, so that is going to happen. We're going to run into some more issues. Maybe your form isn't quite as precise and cleaned up as those more experienced lifters.
All right, Sean Haviland on Platform 1, taking 150 kilos, 330 pounds. This is 2.5 kilos over his current meet PR.
Come
Oh,
on.
a little bit sticky in
Wow.
the middle, but really nicely done there for him. Mario Martinez on platform 2, taking 125 kilos, 275 pounds for his opening bench. Mario is an incredibly good bencher. I think he has benched over 400 pounds equipped. So now he's benching raw, so we'll see how that transition is like for him. Yeah, make some easy work there. Um, I do know Mario's training has been going fairly good on bench. He benched 132.5 kilos just last week, and it moved very well. He has benched 140 in training before, and it also moved pretty okay. So hopefully he'll get close to that today. Daniel Burko taking 157.5 kilos, 247 pounds for his third attempt on platform 1. It's 20 kilos over his current meet PR. He fights through it. A little bit sticky at the top. He's grinding, but he gets it to go. Really nicely done by Dan here.
Oh, unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift. Gets those blue cards. Either going to be up and down motion there, or those judges did not think his elbows were fully locked out. It's unfortunate because he was able to stick with that weight, fight through it,
Yeah.
but he still walks away with 152.5 from his second attempt.
Bledin coming out on platform 1 for his third attempt bench, 160 kilos. This is already 17.5 kilos over his current meet PR. 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, but he smokes that third attempt. That could have been a second. He probably has another 2.5 to 5 in the tank. Really nicely job by Bledin. He is 6 for 6 right now. He's having a fantastic day. Tim Tran opening on platform 2 with 125 kilos, 275 pounds. And he smokes that easily. I think that's only 5 kilos under his current meet PR, so really nicely done there. Charlie Pepin Woods on platform 1, taking 167.5 kilos. Just a small 2.5 kilo jump from his opener. I think the second moved pretty well, but again, Charlie is a squatter. He is a deadlifter. He's probably conserving some energy here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an opening attempt deadlift in of 290 kilos. And he set a big goal here today to attempt to hit the biggest total in NUPL history, at least on the raw side, which is around about 760
Kyle
kilos.
Kim, a little bit of struggle here on platform 2 by Kyle Kim with his opener, but let's put all our eyes on Charlie Pepin Woods here on platform 1.
Let's see it.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely could have had another 2.5 kilo.
I think that was a good call, though.
Yeah.
I think it was a good call.
Yeah. And
He's
now,
got that big deadlift on him. You want to save a bit of energy. You don't want to risk having your back cramp or just having to exert a lot more energy. So
Yeah.
6 for 6 on the day. Really looking forward to see what he puts up in the deadlift.
Yeah, he's definitely just going back into the warm-up room and getting ready for his lift. On platform 1, we have Christian Melendez, 132.5 kilos. This is already 17.5 kilos over his current meet PR. And then on platform 1, we have our junior national bench champion, Brian Grande, taking 180 kilos, just under 400 pounds. For his third attempt bench, he has been jumping 10 kilos each. This would be a 5 kilo meet PR for him.
And I mean, think about this, just under 400 pounds for his third and final attempt. It's clear why he won bench nationals back in July, and he had more.
He probably had another 2.5 to 5. That is insane for Brian. Could have had that 400-pound bench on the day, but
yeah, that's going to be a meet per for him. Yeah, now he knows his next meet, he's going to have that big 400 milestone in him.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, he's a bench national champion for a reason.
So we're going to take a short 10-minute break on platform 1 to get ready for deadlifts. On platform 2, we're going to keep going. We're going to have Tommy Zuccarello taking his opener bench at 162.5 kilos. This is only 2.5 kilos under his current meet PR. He did compete in August, and he missed 170 kilos. That nice, clean 3 reds. So I'm sure he's going for that today. The NUPL president has an amazing bench on him. So hopefully we'll see a big one out of him today.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, he missed 170 at his last meet. This is fairly close to his all-time meet PR, at least.
But with a lot of powerlifting training, I think momentum kind of determines a lot of your progress. A lot of lifters will have periods where they don't make a ton of progress, and they'll have periods where they make a ton of progress. And then kind of like the net gain over time isn't
Yeah,
too
and I
much.
mean,
But man,
right, we see that moved like an opener
yeah,
should. Even though it seemed a bit risky to open that close to your meet PR, clearly, like you said, Tommy's been having some great momentum. And you can experience that. Like you said, you can experience highs and lows, especially when you've got a ton of experience under your belt.
yeah,
It's like those meet PRs are just that much more harder to come by.
for sure. Shafat coming out with 92.5 kilos. This is just 2.5 kilos shy of his current meet PR. Shafat is a master's student at UMass Lowell. He's currently getting his master's degree in computer science. So, on top of being a powerlifter, on top of prepping for a meet, he also has a substantial amount of schoolwork that he needs to do. Um, so, these really are student athletes here today. You can kind of see the spotters wiping off the bar here. A lot of these lifters like to use chalk when they compete. Um, so before each new attempt, really try and make sure the bar is clean so that each new lifter gets a fresh set of raw knurling for us. You guys can see on platform 1 the spotters and loaders on WPI are removing the rack here. Eshafat on platform 2 takes his second attempt bench at 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds, just over 200 pounds. Shafat competed around last year at the New England Collegiate Cup in Worcester, Massachusetts. He hit 95 kilos, and today he hits 92.5 kilos fairly easily. Hopefully he'll go up to 95 or 97.5. But coming up, we have Calvin Chen with 115 kilos for his second bench. This is 7.5 kilos shy of his best bench in meet. Took a 5 kilo jump from his opener to his second, so we'll see if he can at least match it or maybe just get pretty close to it today. He did miss his second attempt squat due to some balance issues, but he redeemed himself going into that third. Yeah, very fast for Calvin here. Seems like he's been having a very good day, just with some slight unfortunate circumstances. Tyler Shu coming out with 117.5 kilos, 5 kilos over his current meet PR, and 2.5 over what he missed at his last meet, but now he's taking it for a second attempt. So
Hopefully, training has gone well, indicating that this is going to be moving like a second attempt should.
all right, Tyler gets that unrack, puts his foot down, gets that start command, nice press command, a little bit shaky, but not really any slowdown whatsoever. Now, for the viewers at home, something you guys may see is some lifters doing their own unrack, and some lifters asking the spotters for a lift off. There's pros and cons to each, right? With a lift off, you don't necessarily need to unrack the bar by yourself. That tends to be fairly exerting for a lot of lifters, and they might feel like the unrack is a lot harder than the actual lift itself, so they might want a spotter to help them unrack.
And some people are used to having a lift off in training too.
But someone like Danny right here will have a self on rack where, one, they might be a little bit more comfortable like that, but two, you run less of a risk of the spotter messing up your on rack. We saw some of the girls earlier today. You know, the spotter may have lifted up a little bit too high, may have pulled it a little bit too far out, and now you have to adjust. So having a self lift off might just be a little bit safer and more consistent, just because you're solely relying on yourself and you're not needing to communicate instructions to another person who might not necessarily know how you like your lift off.
It's a difficult thing to do, a self lift off, especially if the weights are getting much heavier. But kind of like you explained there, you're taking one less variable away from the equation and
Exactly.
more into your
And
hands.
with bench, there's so many variables involved with the start command, the press command, and the
So
pauses
many
and whatnot. So
variables. Ooh,
Oh,
bit of a fight
Ryan.
there from Ryan for his second attempt. Should be a good lift, though, and it is. 3 white lights.
Yeah, so he'll probably take a small jump there. 122.5 kilos is still 10 kilos over his current meet PR, so he'll most likely go for that 275 mark, 125 kilos for his third attempt. Liam Caramello coming out for his second attempt, 125 kilos, 275 pounds, already 15 kilos over his current meet PR. Now he has been dealing with a little bit of pain in the right elbow as well as the left bicep, but his bench has still come a long way, and even though he may not be performing today at his best, he's still doing a lot better than what his previous meet PR was. We'll see how he handles this 275. Yeah, makes easy work of
Easy.
that. Seems like the pain wasn't really bothering him whatsoever. Aiden George coming out for his second attempt of 125 kilos. This is 5 kilos over his current meet PR.
Hasn't missed a lift yet. Trying to continue that momentum as he sets up for the second attempt bench.
He gets a lift off here from the spotter. Aiden George lifting out of UMass Lowell, part of the UMass Lowell powerlifting team. President of the UMass Lowell powerlifting team, Olivia Pham, is actually repping for us today. She will be the TC for Platform 2, I believe. And Aiden George, a little bouncy at the chest, gets a nice press command. Kind of slow, but very smooth still. Not really seeing like there's any problems there.
And like you said, it was a bit bouncy on the chest, so they'll have to make that call there. I would probably go 2.5, 5 kilos. That press command might be a little more variable or a little longer on the third attempt.
Yeah. Jacob Grande coming out with 127.5 kilos. His previous meet PR was 117.5, so he's far beyond that now. But he has benched 130 kilos in training, 286 pounds. He's going for 281 right now. So hopefully this moves well and he can take another 5 kilo jump to 292, which would be a big 2.5 kilo all-time PR for him. Now, Jacob did tell me the other day that he did an extra set of his accessories. Um, we were joking around that he kind of threw his meet prep off, but it seems like he's not having any problems there whatsoever. 127.5 kilos moves insanely well for him.
Yeah, has a super fired up dismount there. Like you said, it moved well. And you can kind of, in a sense, tell that this is just his second meet. He's a bit shaky, but still very, very strong there with that second attempt.
Yeah, he has a great community out there at Odyssey Barbell Club in Salem, New Hampshire, one of our sponsors for this meet, as well as a fantastic coach in Brendan Parr, an incredibly strong lifter himself. Once you can get a coach with a lot of experience, who's very strong, who has competed at the highest stage in the world, and even though it's your second meet, a lot of that wisdom and knowledge will be spread down to you, and you can come in with a lot of composure, like Jacob is today. Ben Edelman coming out for 130 kilos as well. This is 30 kilos over his current meet PR already on the second attempt.
Last competed at Collegiate Nationals, but he did that meet in the equipped division.
Oh, he's happy about it. He runs off the platform. He's ready to load up something big. Tim Tran coming out for 130 kilos. This matches his current meet PR, so hopefully he'll go for a little bit more going into that third attempt. Again, Tim has had incredible training in the last couple of months. He just blew up out of nowhere. It's got to be that Northeastern powerlifting secret sauce. They have some incredible lifters today.
I mean, when you're training within such a big, strong, supportive community, then you can really use that to your advantage to carry that momentum.
Yeah.
130 kilos,
Oh, he gets
fast
a
press command.
fast press command. See what the judges say. One red, a yellow card, which he may have jumped the press command, but that was incredibly fast. We'll see if the judges can kind of keep that up going into the next attempt. But coming up, we have Mario Martinez, 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds for him. This is 2.5 kilos under his current meet PR. He did press this last week, and it looked very, very easy. His coach, Andrew Salant, has been prepping him for a long time, has been game planning this meet for a while now. Coached him through collegiate nationals where he competed equipped, and then coming into Massachusetts States where he's now competing raw. See how he does here. Yeah, very easy here.
Nice. Very nice. Smooth second attempt.
Yeah, Mario's having a fantastic meet. Smoked his third attempt on squat at 215 kilos. Just smoked 132 and a half. So hopefully they'll go up to about 137 and a half kilos there. He has hit 140 in training, so we'll see what him and Coach Andrew decide to do. But coming up, we have Kyle Kim with 132 and a half kilos, 292 pounds for the freshman in college. Our high school nationals third place finisher. Helps herself on rack here.
Young gun getting close to that
bit
300-pound mark.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight there, but still gets it. We'll see what he jumps next, but I'm sure it'll be a pretty small jump. Coming up, we have Christian Melendez with 137 and a half kilos.
Now we are over that 300-pound mark. It's got to be a huge milestone for a lot of these lifters.
Yeah, mind you, a lot of these lifters are weighing in under like 180 pounds, under 182 pounds, and they're benching 300 pounds. So close to a 2 times body weight bench press, not just yet, but it's still incredibly impressive.
I mean, if you're getting over 1.5, getting close to that too,
Yeah,
it's just such a display of strength.
A little bit of a fight there from Christian, but he still gets it to go pretty smoothly. We'll see if he jumps 2.5 or he jumps 5. James McKenna coming out with 145 kilos, a 10-kilo jump from his opener to his second, so pretty big for him there. On platform 1, we're just about to get started with deadlifts, with Peyton Smith opening with 110 kilos. James McKenna on platform 2 taking his second attempt bench at 145 kilos. This is already 17.5 kilos over his current BPR. Oh, and his foot slipped a little bit, but he seems to recuperate pretty fast.
Hopefully it doesn't affect him. Let's see it. Nice.
Yeah, not in the slightest.
Way to recover from that foot slippage there.
Oh, but 2 reds here. Now, if his foot slips after he unracks, would that contribute to a red card or no?
No. If it's between the commands, so let's say he got the start command, his foot slipped. Now, it can slide, so even if it slid, that would be okay. But if his foot lifts off the ground after the start command, then that wouldn't work out.
So it was most likely something to do with his butt.
His butt probably rose, honestly.
Emily Smith on platform 1 takes an easy 110 kilos, 242 pounds as we get ready for Carla Lovato taking her first deadlift at 117.5 kilos. But on platform 2, Tommy Zuccarello taking 2.5 kilos over his current, what he missed just this past August as a second attempt.
Let's see it.
A little bit of a
Yes.
fight. Really nicely done for the president of NUPL.
10-kilo jump there.
Yeah.
Gets 1 yellow card. Not exactly sure what that was for, but he still gets that second attempt in. And he's got some room in the tank. Likely not going to take another 10-kilo jump from there. Probably something smaller.
Carla Lovato on platform 1 has an easy 117.5 kilo opener in the all pink outfit here. And then on platform 2, we have Shafat coming out for his third attempt bench, 97.5 kilos. This will be a 2.5 kilo meet PR for him. So we'll see if he gets this. Daria on platform 1 going for 125 kilos as an opener, 275 pounds. We'll see how Shafat does here for his third attempt bench on platform 2. Shafat's been having a pretty good day. He had a little bit of a hiccup on his second squat due to some cramping through the leg, but bench he's been taking some pretty even jumps. He seems like he's on plan. Daria taking 275 on platform 1 there. A little bit sticky at lockout, but moves very
Should be a
smooth.
good lift
All
still.
right, Shafat on platform 2, about to take 214 pounds, a little bit bouncy on the chest. He fights through it. We'll see if he can get all the way up, but
Not gonna
just not
go.
there on the day.
Yet again, the 5 kilo jump is a demon that a lot of these lifters have to fight, but he still gets in that second attempt, 92.5, and like we mentioned before, that third attempt is just very, very tricky on the bench press. Miriam on platform 1, gonna open up with 130 kilos.
7.5 kilos under her current EPR. Pulling sumo here, very easy, insanely fast, even bobbed up a little bit at the top just because she locked out so fast, which is always a good sign to see. Now some lifters need to be a little bit cautious of that, where they might have some downward motion if they move the weight too fast, but she seems to control it well. And on platform 2, we have Danyar taking 120 kilos, 264 pounds for his third attempt bench press. This will be 12.5 kilos over his current EPR. Tucks his elbows hard, presses up, see if he can
Let's
fight
see
through.
it.
Just
Again, that third attempt bench press.
Janani taking 135 kilos for her opener. Moved very easily there. That's only 5 kilos under her current meet PR.
Oh, she's due for a meet PR today.
100%. Calvin Chen taking 122.5 kilos on bench. That is his current meet PR, but he did take a 7.5 kilo jump from his second to his third, but he only took a 5 kilo jump from his opener to his second, so we'll see what the call is there. He's been having a very easy day so far, so I'm sure he'll hit this. Yeah, great call there from Coach Brian. Really nicely done. A small hiccup on the second squat. He is almost perfect. Bella Stone, 135 kilos, 297 pounds, makes it look very easy there for the birthday girl.
Didn't have the best time in the bench press, missing her second and third attempt, but she's coming back for the deadlifts, opened up strong, going to be trying to end off the day 3 for 3 in the deadlifts. Now Tyler Shu on platform 2, 122.5 for his final attempt, attempting to go 6 for 6.
122.5 kilos will be 10 kilos over his current MEPR. And he fights through it nicely.
Yes, carrying that momentum strong.
Katie Garrigan on platform 1, taking 137.5 kilos for her opener, just a little bit over 300 pounds. She gets one red light, most likely for some soft shoulders. But she has switched from conventional to sumo, and it seems like her deadlift has taken off a ton. Sometimes sumo isn't cheating, guys. Sometimes conventional is cheating. Ryan taking his third attempt bench at 125 kilos, 275 pounds. This will be a 12.5 kilo meet PR for him. And then on platform 1, we have Jalen Mack taking 137.5 kilos as well. Similar to Katie, 303 pounds, just over that 300-pound mark. Nicely done, very easy for her. And then we'll see what Ryan can do on platform 2. Nice controlled descent. Just not there. He kind of gave up a little bit early, but that's totally fine. Sometimes when it's not there, it's not there. And then we have Ashley Lopez on platform 1, taking 140 kilos. Only 2.5 under her current MEPR. Now with deadlift, it seems as though deadlift may be one of the easier lifts from a technical side of things. You don't really have to worry about depth calls. You don't have to worry about, your butt coming off the bench or, too long of a press command. It's very straightforward. You just pick up the bar, and as long as you can lock your shoulders out, you don't drop the bar before the down command, everything should plan out well.
Nice opener there from Ashley. And yeah, exactly as you're saying, that's almost what makes the deadlifts much more. It's very exciting for a lot of lifters. It's your final lift of the day. You don't have to conserve energy for any other event. You're leaving it all on the platform.
Yeah.
Fighting for placing, going for those PRs. It's an exciting time.
Yeah. And Liam Caramello hits a pretty easy third attempt bench with 130 kilos. That's his 20 kilo meet PR for him. Incredibly strong lifter, very well done for him. Aiden George trying to take the exact same thing, 286 pounds, as Wendy Zhu takes an easy opener on platform 1 with 140 kilos, 308 pounds, trying to bounce back after a third attempt squat miss and 2 bench misses, only going 1 for 3 there. All right, let's see how Aiden George can do with this 286 pounds. He's having a good day so far. So far, he's 5 for 5. 130 kilos will be 10 kilos over his current UPR. A little bit slow on top, but he keeps going. He pushes through. Wow, what a grind for Aiden George. He keeps going. He's not even done yet.
What a fight, and that is difficult to do in the bench press. 2-1. It's a good lift for Aiden George. Way to stick with it. 6 for 6 on the day. Yet another lifter.
Amanda O'Brien takes it pretty easy. 165 kilos, 363 pounds.
I mean, again, Amanda O'Brien, that is a big deadlift for a 60-kilo lifter.
Yeah.
Especially in the collegiate level.
All right, Jacob Grande on platform 2, about to take 132.5 kilos for him. This will be a 2.5 kilo all-time PR for him. His best bench in the gym is only 130 kilos, but he seems like he's feeling on today. His benches have looked very good, so they're going for it. Him and his coach, Brendan Parr, have confidence in his strength today. I'm very excited to see Jacob compete today, one of my training buddies. Angeli on platform 1, taking 170 kilos.
Nice,
So snappy.
easy.
Really quick.
She's had the day thus far. Squatted that awesome 167.5.
Presses through, fights it through.
Oh.
Come on.
Not gonna go.
Just not there on the day. It's all right. So Jacob finishes 2 for 3 on bench, 2 for 3 on squat. You know, sometimes the cards just aren't in your hand, and you got to gamble on that third attempt, and it's just not there. But hopefully he can come back for deadlift and make it up. Now Bethany Karp, 185 kilos, 400 pounds for a lifter who weighs not even 130 pounds. That is insane. A ridiculous deadlift for Bethany Karp. She has had an insane day, taking 4 squats, hitting 80 kilos on bench, a weight that she's missed twice already, and now she is deadlifting 400 pounds.
Let's see it.
Wow.
Just 5 kilos under her best. And yeah, she is a deadlift demon here in the 56-kilo class.
You can see Gina holding her hand up already, and it's just an opener. She's going to go up a lot more than that. Benjamin Edelman on platform 2, taking 135 kilos, 297 pounds, just shy of 300 pounds. We'll see if he can get this, fights through it. Really nicely done for Benjamin Edelman there, 135 kilos, already 35 kilos over his current VPR, and he's happy to see that go down. Tim Tran attempting the same thing here, 135 kilos. This will be a 5 kilo VPR for him. As we cycle back on platform 1 to the second attempt deadlifts here with Peyton Smith taking 115 kilos, 253 pounds. All eyes are on Tim Tran right now on platform 2, taking a massive 297 pounds for a 5 kilo VPR here. It's a little shaky on the unrack, but he seems to find himself well there.
Yeah, and I like when lifters take their time.
Oh, just
not gonna go.
So he also
that
goes
third attempt bench.
He goes 2 for 3 on bench and 2 for 3 on squat. Peyton Smith is having a sneaky good day. So far, she is 8 for 8.
8 for 8. Wow, and
yeah, she's PR'd every single one for lifts. 7.5 kilo PR on squat. She hit a 7.5 kilo. 12.5 kilo meet PR on bench. Sorry, and this deadlift of 115 kilos puts her 5 kilos over her current meet PR. So she's having an insanely good day. Kyle Kim, our third place finisher at this year's high school nationals, coming out for 135 kilos, 297 pounds, just shy of 300 pounds. Presses it, it's just not there on the day. But he didn't really leave too many kilos on the platform. He took 132.5 for his second attempt, so this was definitely the most that he had on the day. Carla Lovato making easy work of that second attempt deadlift of 125 kilos on platform 1. And then all the eyes go to platform 2 as Mario Martinez, a crowd favorite, takes 137.5 kilos on his third attempt bench press, 303 pounds. We can hear him screaming all the way out here in the commentating booth. He's been bringing the intensity all day today, smoked his third attempt squat of 215 kilos. I'm incredibly excited to see him compete here.
Daria on 132.5 for her second attempt deadlift.
Let's
She
see Mario
absolutely
here on
smoked her
platform 2.
opener.
Mario pushes on platform 2, just
Not
not
gonna
there on the
go.
day. So he finishes the day going 2 for 3 on bench, 2.5 kilos shy of his current EPR.
And Daria, yet again, just has that form where it's just going to be a bit stickier at the lockout,
Yeah.
which is not as common for sumo, but sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah,
And they looked honestly pretty similar to her opener, so she's definitely got some room in the tank there for her third and final attempt.
every lifter kind of has their own little
Own
things
little
that happen.
quirks,
Yeah.
own little styles of lifting.
Christian Melendez taking 140 kilos for his third attempt deadlift. This will be a 25 kilo meet PR for him, showing off the braids.
Insane, over 50 pounds.
Oh, he smooths
Nice.
that. So smooth for Christian. As Miriam takes her second attempt deadlift of 308 pounds. Really easy there. A little bit slow off the floor, but she holds on to the bar. She shows that patience, and she is rewarded for it by having an incredibly smooth and snappy lockout. Now we have James McKenna on platform 2, taking his third attempt bench at 150 kilos, 330 pounds. This will be a 12.5 kilo meet PR for him. And at the same time, on platform 1, we have the birthday girl, Bella Stone, coming out for her second attempt deadlift of 314 pounds, 142.5 kilos, just shy of 3 plates. James McKenna, third attempt bench.
It's shaky, not gonna go.
Again.
Unfortunately, he missed his second attempt, so he's going to walk away with his opening attempt at 135 kilos.
Tommy Zuccarello is our final bench press of the day, 177.5 kilos. This is a massive bench press for him. 12.5 kilos over his current meet PR, 2.5 kilos over what he, 7.5 kilos over what he missed just this past August. And for someone who weighs less than 180 pounds,
This is a fantastic bench.
391 pounds, over 2 times body weight here.
Bro is a bench specialist. I mean, even in the open division, this is a bench to be sought after. On platform 1, Janani, 145 kilos for her second attempt.
Let's see Tommy Zuccarello here.
Come on, let's see it.
Just not there. But he still walks away with a 7.5 kilo bench PR. I'm sure he's happy that he finally got over that 170 kilo mark. Janani missing her second deadlift. She got yellow cards there, so it was most likely a technicality. She may have jumped the down command there. So we'll see what her and her coaching staff decide to do going into that third attempt. We'll take a quick 10-minute break on platform 2, as the viewers at home can focus in on platform 1, where we have Jalen Mack taking 145 kilos, 319 pounds for her second attempt deadlift. She wedges in nicely. She has a very clean deadlift. Very textbook conventional deadlift. Makes easy work of 145 kilos.
Shout out Eric Cordero there on platform 2, helping get set up for the deadlift. That is our meet director from Massachusetts States.
Now we have Katie Garrigan on platform 1, taking 147.5 kilos, which ties her meet PR. In the past 2 meets, she has actually pulled 147.5 kilos, but now she's taking it for a second, so it seems like she's made a ton of progress. I got to talk to Coach Andrew Salant here of SSS Powerlifting, and he was saying that they changed her from sumo to conventional, and her positioning has improved a ton. A ton of beltless work here has really made her deadlift pop off, and she has a very smooth 147.5 kilos. We'll see if they can jump another 5 to 7.5 kilos from there. Coming after her is Ashley Lopez, taking 147.5 kilos as well. This will be 5 kilos
5 kilo
over
meet
her.
PR, nice. Last competed at Collegiate Nationals, but that was in the equipped division. And I mean, so many of these lifters just first competed last year at the Raw Collegiate Cup. That's what I really love about collegiate lifting. They bring their teams, they get everyone together, go to these meets, building that just invaluable experience.
Yeah.
3 white lights for Ashley. That's a good lift.
If anyone at home is fortunate enough to come to one of these collegiate meets, the Northeastern powerlifting team always brings a very big crew. Um, Boston University, UMass Lowell, UMass Amherst, they all bring huge teams here, and they all cheer very, very loudly. Every team has their own little thing that they like to do. The Northeastern lifters infamously love to bark as they show off their huskies. Wendy Zhu taking 150 kilos, 330 pounds for her second attempt. This will be 7.5 kilos over her current meet PR. We'll see how she does. She had a little bit of an unfortunate showing on bench here, but she makes pretty easy work of this.
Yep, just
second
a bit
attempt
sticky
deadlift.
at the lockout, but she sticks with it. 2-1, it's a good lift. That chief referee probably thought they saw up and down motion,
Yeah.
perhaps, when that bar paused at the top,
Yeah.
but she still gets it in.
So when you're calling an attempt for the third, it's incredibly important to remember that you're most likely going to fail when the lift slows down. So for Wendy, she has a very fast deadlift off the floor, but when it gets to lockout, it's a little bit sticky. So when you're calling her attempt for her third, you most likely want to base it on what she can lock out, right? She can probably pull, 160 kilos off the floor, but she most likely won't be able to lock it out. So you need to think about how much weight can she actually lock out, and she goes up to 155 kilos. Amanda O'Brien, 172.5 kilos here. This matches her current meet PR, but she's taking it for a second attempt.
Come on. Yes.
Yeah, very smooth there. Amanda did just recently compete this past summer in upstate New York at the Sport of Iron. I think they're at 4 now or 5.
4.
4.
And yeah, I mean, Amanda been competing since 2021, so she's a bit more experienced in the game compared to some of her peers in this session.
Yeah, she's done 3 national meets already, so she is no stranger to the platform here. Angeli coming out with 180 kilos, just shy of 400 pounds. This will be 2.5 kilos under her current EPR. She's having
Yeah, I mean, just shy of 400 pounds here for Angeli, just having a day thus far. Let's see her hit this.
bit of a wider grip than usual, but
Let's see it.
oh,
Yes.
she
What a
probably
beast.
has another 7.5 kilos in her, 7.5 to 10.
Yeah, she is crossing over that 400-pound mark today.
But Bethany Karp, 430
Oh my
pounds,
gosh.
10 kilos over what she took for her opener. This is insane. This is also 5 kilos over her current BPR.
And you see Gino saying this is 3.7 times her body weight. Bethany has held an American record before. I mean, 430 pounds, and you're a woman in college weighing 125. Let's see how she moves this. Her opener was a bit sticky at the top, but she's just got this. I mean, look at her deadlift arms. Let's see it.
Oh, wow.
Come on. Yes.
And that moved just as well as her opener did, if not just a tiny bit slower. And it seems like she might go up to 200. She might go up to 202 and a half or something like that, which it will be insane. A 440-pound deadlift from someone who barely weighs 130 pounds. Just 5 minutes left on platform 2 before we get started on our first deadlift of Anika, opening with 130 kilos. In the meantime, we're coming back to the top. Peyton Smith taking her final lift of the day, 122.5 kilos. This is 12 kilos over her current meet PR. She's having an incredible day, 8 for 8 so far. Very poised, meet PRs on all 3 lifts. Let's see what she can do. She's
Let's
getting
see it,
amped for this.
Peyton.
Come on.
Trying to go for that 9 for 9 unicorn day. And okay.
She's never missed a lift, ever.
She's never missed a lift in competition. That is insane to see from a lifter who's so new in the game. Let's see it.
Oh, wow.
Continue that streak. And she's going all out, too. These aren't super easy lifts.
What a day for Peyton.
3 white lights for Peyton Smith. Yet another 9 for 9 meet for her. Really awesome to see.
That's really impressive.
I mean, like you said earlier, the game is changing. Lifters who are new, lifters who are just starting. I mean, her first meet was only in January of this year, and the standards are just rising in terms of execution, in terms of attempt selection. And we just love to see it.
Yeah, so she finishes 9 for 9. I think 27 for 27 white lights. It doesn't seem like she was flagged for anything. Yep, 27 for 27 white lights. She has a perfect day. Um, Seems like she didn't really have too many kilos left in the tank either. So she's had an incredible day. Carla also 8 for 8 right now. PRs on all three lifts. 135 kilos here, which will be 10 kilos over her current meet PR. See what she can show us. Fights through it. See what she does.
Oh,
Shifts
wow.
over a little bit. Wow.
Really big fight there from Carla Lovato. Awesome grit. Way to stick with it.
27 for 27 white light.
Oh, unfortunately, she gets 3 yellow cards. Now, that could have either been probably jumping the down command. Oh, okay. Gino is saying that she let go of the bar just a tad too early.
Man.
You've got to follow the bar all the way back to the platform to show that you have complete control over the weight. So unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift for Carla, but she can count that as a gym PR. I mean, that was an awesome showing
What a
there.
tough way to end the day. But she had a great day. 8 for 9. 24 for 27 white lights. Just a little bit of a mistake at the end. Daria Bernard coming out for 140 kilos. This will be 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR. Darla has held a American record for 1 minute, I believe, in the past.
Fight
she
through.
fights through this lockout and she gets it. Really nicely done. Darla is no stranger to some struggle. You know, she had colon surgery back in August of 2023, and she has been recovering from that since, but it seems like that has not affected her whatsoever today. She finishes going 8 for 9, PRing her deadlift, PRing her bench press, and just a little bit shy on squat.
Janani now repeating 145 kilos. She missed the second attempt. We weren't exactly sure what it was for, but let's see her come back and get redemption on this weight.
Really smooth deadlift. Oh, just a little bit
and
of...
she knows it. She already shook her head knowing that that's going to be a no lift. Similar kind of rule there that up and down motion is not allowed. The bar has got to go in one complete motion. If it goes up and down, then the rules kind of state that, hey, that doesn't show that you have complete control over the bar, even though she was eventually able to lock it out. So yeah, very unfortunate there, but she does end off with a 337.5 kilo total. And that's already a meet PR, so I would say that's a win. Big win.
All right, Mariam Bloom coming out with 147.5 kilos. This will be 10 kilos over her current PR. She's patient
Stick
with it. Very
it.
patient with it.
Come on, Miriam, fight through.
She can fight. This
Oh my
grind.
gosh. That's got to be the best grind we've seen today, or at least up there. Showing a lot of heart.
Wow.
3 white lights.
That's incredible.
Way to end the day for Miriam Bloom.
Bounces back after a bit of an upsetting bench performance, only going 1 for 3 on bench, but she hits the biggest grinder of the day, hitting a 10-kilo meet PR on deadlifts. And then we come into Isabella Stone, the birthday girl, taking 147.5 kilos as well. This will be 7.5 kilos over her current meet PR. The crowd's chanting Bella.
We can hear it from all the way back here in the commentator's booth. Let's see her hit this.
Fight through it. Let's go. Happy birthday, Isabella Stone. Nicely done there. Finishes with a 7.5 kilo deadlift PR.
Yeah, way to go. What a way to end the day.
Now on platform 2, we have Anika taking her opener at 130 kilos, 286 pounds here.
Again, Anika hasn't competed in a year and a half. This is going to be her first meet under the Northeastern powerlifting team, and she smokes that opening attempt.
Yeah, nicely done for Anika. Katie Garrigan coming out for her third deadlift, 152.5 kilos. This will be 5 kilos over her current meet PR. She had a little bit of an unfortunate showing on squat, missing on depth. On bench, her butt came up on her second attempt, but she fights through this third attempt deadlift, goes a perfect 3 for 3. Really nicely done for Katie Garrigan. She finishes with a 5-kilo meet PR there. And then on platform 2, we have Caitlin Gagnon taking 130 kilos, 286 pounds for her opening deadlift. And on platform 1, we have Jalen Mack, 152.5 kilos for her third attempt deadlift. This will be 336 pounds for her. Still 5 kilos shy of her current meet PR, but she's had a great day. That's a beautiful deadlift. She goes 9 for 9 today, a perfect day. Really nicely done. Oh, she just doesn't hit it. 3 red lights there with a blue card, which most likely means her lockout was a little bit soft. Madison O'Neill, opener deadlift, 140 kilos, easy work, no problems whatsoever. Ashley Lopez on platform 1 is about to take 155 kilos for her third attempt deadlift. This will be 12.5 kilos over her current PR. Her Northeastern classmates are cheering her on. She has had a very good day, going 2 for 3 on squat, 3 for 3 on bench, and so far 2 for 2 on deadlift. Her second attempt moved incredibly well. She has a very smooth deadlift here. There's a lot of patience off the floor. Great technique. And she finishes 3 for 3 on deadlift. Really nicely done by Ashley Lopez. She finishes the day with a 12.5 kilo meet PR. Marwa on platform 2, opening with 140 kilos, 15 kilos under her current meet PR. So hopefully we'll see her beat that today. Marwa attends Harvard University over here in Massachusetts. Wendy Zhu taking 155 kilos on platform 1 for her third attempt. This will be a 12.5 kilo meet PR. Wendy has a little bit of trouble at lockout, so we'll see the bar bolt off the floor, and then we'll see her really struggle there at lockout, but she's a fighter. She's always been grinding out these lifts all throughout the day. So see if she's able to get that. She gets it to her thighs, keeps fighting, keeps fighting. That's an amazing grind there for Wendy. We'll see what the judges have to say. Oh, 3 red lights for some up and down motion and maybe some soft lockout on that left side. A little bit unfortunate for Wendy, but she finishes the day going 5 for 9. Just missing a few lifts there. Jamie Hall on platform 2, opening with 140 kilos, 308 pounds. This will be 2.5 kilos under her current meet PR deadlift, and she smokes that. 3 white lights there. Amanda O'Brien, 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds for the 60 kilo lifter. Ladies and gentlemen, she is under 130 pounds, lifting 390 pounds. That's 3 times body weight. She's had a great day, seasoned competitor. Holds that positioning, really fights through the lockout. We'll see what the judges have to say about that lockout. Oh, just a little bit soft there, unfortunately. But, you know, Amanda's a seasoned veteran. She's competed a ton of times at a bunch of national meets. She knows how to bounce back from these performances. I'm sure we'll see her on the platform very, very, very soon. Joy Lee on platform 2, coming out with 160 kilos for her opener. This is already 2.5 kilos over her current meet PR. She is rocking the all-purple A7, the purple belt, the purple slack pull socks, as well as having some wrist wraps on. Some lifters do enjoy having wrist wraps on as they feel like it helps close their fist better, but she smokes that 160 kilos for her opener. Now we'll see Angeli taking 418 pounds, 190 kilos for her third attempt. She's only missed 1 lift today. She is incredible. Holds on to that positioning. Really great technique there. We'll see what the judges have to say. Showing that emotion on the platform. Oh, we love to see it. 3 white lights for Angeli here. Now on platform 2, Lane is opening up with 170 kilos. She has had a fantastic day. She squatted 170 kilos, she benched 105 kilos, and now she's opening deadlift with 170 kilos. We'll watch her smoke this opener as she's been smoking all of her attempts throughout the entire day. Easy as expected. Now on platform 1, we have Bethany Karp, 201.5 kilos. So for those who are following at home, you guys may be wondering why Bethany is able to do 201 instead of the normal 2.5 kilo denominations that we are kind of restricted to take. This is an American record here. All right, this is something that no female has ever done before, no female in her weight class, so she is able to take these smaller jumps of 0.5 kilos just because it is a record. 444 pounds, ladies and gentlemen, for a lifter who weighs under 125 pounds. She is an incredible deadlifter, has had an insane day on all 3 lifts. We'll see if she can finish out strong. She has such good technique. Keep going, Bethany, come on. You can grind through this. Just not there on the day, but she walks away with an insane total. Still a 5 kilo meet PR there. She had 4 squats that she had to endure through. She hit her arch nemesis on bench press, and then she attempts that American record deadlift, and it's just not there on the day. She finishes 8 for 9, but amazing job by Bethany Karp, such an incredible lifter. Now on platform 2, we have Stephen Nguyen, 177.5 kilos for his opener here. That will be 2.5 kilos over his current PR for his opener, so we'll definitely see him PR the deadlift a lot more there. On platform 1, they're just resetting, going into the first lifter for flight B. Stephen Nguyen, very good technique there, makes a very easy, fast opener deadlift on platform 2 with 177.5 kilos. Coming up, we have Elizabeth Yard. She has had an insane day, squatted 424 pounds, 192.5 kilos, benched 220 pounds, 100 kilos, and she is now opening on deadlift with 452 pounds, 205 kilos, ladies and gentlemen. This is an incredible lift. We just saw Bethany Karp miss 201 kilos. Now we're seeing Elizabeth open with 205 kilos. Hopefully we'll see something close to a 500-pound deadlift. She makes such easy work there of 205 kilos. Great job. She is going to have a supernova meet. Now, for those watching at home who may not be familiar with a lot of the powerlifting, strategies, the white powder on Elizabeth's thighs was not chalk. It was actually baby powder. So she has chalk on her hands so that she can grip the bar easier. But she has baby powder on the thighs so that if the bar were to drag along her thighs, there would be a lot less friction. So those are 2 separate substances. She's not putting chalk on her thighs. She's actually putting baby powder there. And now we have Sky Woo, 210 kilos for his opener deadlift. He makes very easy work of that. 210 kilos is only 2.5 kilos shy of his current meet PR. He's been coming back from a rough squat performance here, going 3 for 3 on bench and having a very easy deadlift opener there. So it seems like the misses on squat due to technicalities did not throw him off too much. And now we're getting started on flight B for platform 1. We have Leo Trong, 190 kilos, 418 pounds. For the seasoned lifter, even though he's still incredibly young, he has had an incredible day so far, PRing on all 3 lifts, going 6 for 6. Has a very clean deadlift opener. Both lifters on platform 1 and 2 wearing the exact same singlet, so we love to see that. Jacob Schwartz making easy work of 217.5 kilos for his deadlift opener, which is already 10 kilos over his current meet PR, so he will most likely pull close to 500 pounds today, if not a lot more than that. On platform 1, we have Daniel Burko coming out with 192.5 kilos or 424 pounds for his deadlift opener. This will be just 7.5 kilos shy of his current meet PR of 200 kilos. Now he has pulled 210 in training, so we'll see if he can get close to that or beyond that. He makes easy work of 192.5 kilos there. Daniel, if you guys remember, had a very upright squat, a very high bar squat. He was able to get incredibly straight, which typically makes those types of lifters a little bit more disadvantaged for deadlifts. The more your advantage for squat, or the more your advantage for bench with short legs or short arms, typically deadlifts become a little bit harder. Whereas the lifters who are very well built for deadlift with very long legs and very long arms typically do not have the best leverages for squat or bench there. So it's a bit of a give and take there. Anika with her second deadlift, 140 kilos, 308 pounds. Eric taking 473 pounds or 215 kilos for his opening deadlift. That's already a 22.5 kilo meet PR for him. He's had incredible meet PRs just on his openers, and he's exceeded that going into the second and third attempts there. So Eric has made incredible progress in the last couple months leading up into this meet. Madison O'Neill with 150 kilos for her second attempt, 330 pounds, and then Michael Bednar on platform 1 taking 215 kilos, 474 pounds there. Madison with a very smooth deadlift, Michael with smooth deadlift as well. Really great technique from all the lifters here today. Asa Jackson on platform 1, about to take 220 kilos for his opening deadlift. Now he has pulled 247.5 kilos in the past, so hopefully he will get beyond that today. And Samantha Almont on platform 2, taking 150 kilos for her second deadlift. That is already 12.5 kilos over her current meet PR. Yeah, Asa Jackson, such a smooth lifter there. He's been having great technique all day. Samantha as well. Everybody's doing fantastic so far with these openers and second attempts, as they should. The coaching staff for all these schools, for all these lifters, have made very great calls. All the lifters seem very well coached and very well prepared. Keelan Donovan taking 230 kilos for his opener deadlift, a little bit over 500 pounds. He did have a little bit of an unfortunate showing on bench press, only going 1 for 3, so let's see if he can gain some redemption there. Marwa on platform 2, also taking 150 kilos for her second attempt deadlift. 330 pounds. That will be just 5 kilos shy of her current meet PR. Really nicely done there. She'll most likely be able to PR the deadlift today. Sean Haviland, 230 kilos for his opening deadlift. And Jamie Hall, the Northeastern favorite here, coming out for her second deadlift with 150 kilos. This will be 7.5 kilos over her meet PR already. So she's going to have a big PR today. And Sean smoking that opener of 507 pounds. Jamie also making easy work of 150 kilos. Yeah, she's happy about that. She's going to go up a pretty substantial amount. Brian Grande, our resident bench presser today, opening with 240 kilos, 530 pounds here. This just matches his current meet PR. It's always very impressive to kind of look back and look at what numbers you took on what attempts in your previous meets and seeing if you can kind of beat that here. Brian has taken 240 kilos as his third attempt at his recent meet, but he now takes it for an opener. So even though it's the same weight, he's moved up a few attempts, and that shows a ton of progress there. London, very smooth second attempt deadlift with 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds, as she sets up Joy Lee, 170 kilos for her opener on deadlift. Joy didn't have the greatest showing on bench press, but it seems like her deadlift is on today, taking a 10 kilo jump from 160 to 170 in the all purple fit. Bledin also rocking a little bit of purple here on his opening deadlift of 240 kilos. Very easy there. Let's see how Joy does. Wedges in hard, super easy. She's happy about that. You can see she's ready to load something insane for her third attempt deadlift. Chase Cameron about to take 245 kilos, 540 pounds for his opening deadlift. This is only 5 kilos short of his personal meet PR deadlift. Cameron hasn't competed raw in a while. His last meet raw was the Massachusetts State Championships in 2023, where I got to watch him for the first time. But since then, his training has been incredibly good. I've been able to see him progress consistently, and he's been showing a lot of intensity with his training. So it's always nice to see someone like that win. Doing really well today. Missed that third attempt bench, but everything else is doing great, and he makes easy work of that opening deadlift. Lane Asante coming out with 180 kilos. Another easy deadlift there. We'll see if she can go up to 187 or 190. And then Ryan Kim coming out with 255 kilos for his opening deadlift, 562 pounds. We'll see if he can get up to 600 pounds today. He did unfortunately miss his third deadlift, but he seems like he's been bouncing back very well. Alex Abdo opening with a little bit over 405 pounds, 185 kilos. Really nice deadlift there. Tied the hair back so it wouldn't get in his eyes anymore. Alex is actually a rapper, and if you want to check out any of his music, you guys can go to Aldo_music_, where he puts out a lot of very great music here. Ronan Hinshaw coming out with 584 pounds, just a little bit under 600 pounds for his opening deadlift, while on platform 2, Stefan Wynn takes his second deadlift at 190 kilos, 418 pounds. Stefan has some very beautiful technique with deadlift. Very textbook sumo, wedge, and slack pull. Oh, a little bit sticky off the floor. He gets pulled out of position a tad bit, but he fights through that well. We'll see if Ronan can smoke. Wow. 584 pounds, like it's nothing. He's going to go above 600 today. The judges gave him 1 red light just for some up and down motion, I would assume. But still 2-1 whites, so he still gets the lift. Charlie Pepin Woods, this is what he came here to do. 640 pounds as an opener, 290 kilos. He will be getting close to 700 pounds today. This is just an opener, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of these lifters are not even getting close to this on their third attempts. While on platform 2, we have Elizabeth Yard, 217.5 kilos, 479 pounds. 2 massive pullers going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes open. Do not blink. Elizabeth Yard smokes 217.5 kilos. She will be going up close to 500 pounds going into that third attempt. And Charlie Pepin Woods, 640 pounds as an opener deadlift. This will be incredibly fast. Oh, wow. Yeah, Charlie Pepin Woods is on today. He's also squatted 290 kilos. So coming after a 640-pound squat, a close to 375-pound bench, and then he's coming back and he's pulling 640 pounds as an opening deadlift. We'll most likely be taking some pretty big jumps going into the second and the third. We will most likely see close to a 700-pound deadlift, if not a 700-pound deadlift today, ladies and gentlemen. I recommend you stay and finish the entirety of the meet. Sky Woo coming out for his second attempt deadlift. They're wiping down the bar just to make sure the chalk doesn't stay in the knurling there and it's fresh. As on platform 1, they come back to the top where Leo Trong takes 200 kilos for his opening deadlift. Sorry, second attempt deadlift. 440 pounds for him. This matches his current meet PR. Now, he did miss 205 kilos at his most recent meet, but he's looking pretty good today. He's had a fantastic day PRing all 3 lifts, so we'll see if he can continue that streak. He's handled by Andy Trong of Tufts University. Andy seems fairly surprised there. He gets 1 red light for soft lockout, but 2-1 still. We'll see if he's able to get a new new deadlift PR here. Sky Woo on platform 2, taking 225 kilos or 496 pounds for his second attempt deadlift, just shy of 500 pounds here. This is already 12.5 kilos over his current meet PR. Oh, really easy there. Nicely done by Sky Woo. And then on platform 1, we have Daniel Burko taking 205 kilos for his second attempt. Nicely done, very smooth deadlift there. 205 kilos for Danny Burko is already 5 kilos over his current PR. And then coming in for deadlift 2 on platform 2, we have Jacob Schwartz, the best smile in all of USA powerlifting here. He missed his third attempt squat, but he is still smiling all the way up. He's smiling as he approaches the bar here. An incredibly strong lifter, but such a happy person. We love to see it. A little bit sticky in the middle there, but he locks it out. Just a little bit over 500 pounds, and he makes easy work of that. That's already a massive deadlift for him. 20 kilos over his current MEPR. Eric Boworth on platform 1. A little bit sticky at lockout, but moving about as well as the second attempt. Should be moving just a little bit over 500 pounds as well. As we come into platform 2 and we start the third attempt deadlifts, Anika taking 145 kilos, which will be just 7.5 kilos shy of her third attempt deadlift, but Anika hasn't competed in a while. She is from Michigan. She has only missed one lift in competition aside from the squat today. Come on, Anika. We've seen you battle through a ton of adversity. We'll see if you can finish out strong. 319 pounds. Wow, really, really easy. I'm sure she's happy about that. She's smiling as she's coming off the platform. Really nice job with Anika. She goes 8 for 9 today, missing just her third squat. On platform 1, Michael Bednar, 230 kilos, 507 pounds. That's already 12.5 kilos over his current UPR. On platform 2, we have Maddie O'Neill. The crowd is chanting her name. Northeastern is getting behind her. She's ready to pull 155 kilos for her third attempt deadlift, which will be 2.5 kilos over her current BPR. So she is going for it, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Maddie, let's see what you got. She wedges in, great position, patient off the floor, just not there today. A really nice job for Maddie here. She goes 8 for 9, just barely missing that third attempt deadlift. Fantastic job. Keelan Donovan coming up on platform 1 with his second attempt deadlift of 242.5 kilos. This is just 2.5 kilos shy of his current MEPR, so he will most likely be going up for his third attempt. We'll see how the second attempt moves to know what he's going to take for his third. Samantha on platform 2, about to take 155 kilos, 341 pounds. This will be 17.5 kilos over her current MEPR. Keelan Donovan on platform 1 fights through a smooth but a little bit slow second attempt. We'll see what he puts for his third deadlift. Sam's having some technical difficulties here, but she locks back in. She still has 15 seconds before her clock runs out, so plenty of time there. She wedges in, very patient off the ground, keeps going. Wow. Really great day for Sam. She goes 9 for 9, totals 392.5 kilos, which is 55 kilos over her last total, which is fantastic. Close to 120 pounds there. Sean Haviland, 245 kilos, 540 pounds. You can see Coach Chan in the background of Imperium Strength cheering him on. He's had a fairly good day as well. 245 kilos there. Moves very well. Jamie on platform 2 for her third attempt deadlift, 155.5 kilos, and she absolutely destroys it. She's had a really good meet. Just missing that third attempt squat. Oh, third attempt. Oh, actually, no. Jamie Hall has gone 9 for 9. She's had a perfect day. PR'd all 3 lifts. Yes, PR'd all 3 lifts. Congratulations, Jamie Hall. Northeastern's favorite here. Marwa, 160 kilos, 352 pounds for her third attempt deadlift. And then on platform 1, we have Brian Grande, our bench presser, 567 pounds, 257.5 kilos for his second attempt deadlift. Moves very easily, should be able to go up to 265 to 270 on his third attempt. Marwa, just unable to get the bar off the floor. She goes 6 for 9, missing all 3 of her third attempts. But sometimes that's what it's about. You know, sometimes you go for numbers that you're a little bit nervous by, a 50-50 chance on that third attempt, and sometimes you just don't get it, sometimes you do get it. That's just the way that the sport goes. On platform 1, we have Chase Cameron, 260 kilos for his second attempt deadlift. He smoked his opener. We'll see what we can do. The barking has come out for the Northeastern lifters. Chase Cameron, Joy Lee on platform 2. Light work for Chase Cameron there. Joy Lee, let's see what you got. An incredible deadlift day from her. Oh, she knows it. She's smiling halfway up. Really nicely done. Showing all that emotion on the platform. The all-purple lift. Amazing job, Joy Lee. 175 kilos for Joy Lee, which puts her at a 17.5 kilo meet PR. Bledin on platform 1, 262.5 kilos, 578 pounds. We're getting close to 600 pounds on most of these attempts, ladies and gentlemen. This is incredible to see, especially from lifters who are student athletes. The student still comes first. On platform 2, we have London, 177.5 kilos. She grinds it out. Really nice job for London, the UMass Amherst lifter. That will be a 22.5 kilo meet PR for her. She did pull 170 kilos in August, but she pulls 177.5 today, which is incredible. Lane on platform 2 having an insane day for herself. 8 for 8 so far. All two third attempts have looked very easy. She has been incredibly confident and smooth on the platform. And on platform 1, we have Ryan Kim, 265 kilos for him. That's already a 47.5 kilo EPR for him. Lane's third attempt moves smooth, just as expected. 413 pounds for her. She's had a great day, 9 for 9. Ryan Kim grinds out that second attempt on platform 1. We'll see what he can go up to next. Hopefully we can get close to a 600-pound deadlift, if not a little bit more. Alex Abdo, our resident rapper here in Natick and at our Massachusetts State Championships, pulling 424 pounds for his third attempt deadlift. And then on platform 1, we're getting ready for Ronan for a 611-pound deadlift. Alex Abdo, really nicely done. I actually got to see Alex at his first meet, and he's come such a long way from there, really bringing that intensity, really falling in love with the sport of powerlifting. It's really great to see that. Now we have Ronan Hinshaw on platform 1. He's absolutely destroyed his opener on deadlift, so we'll see what he can do for his second. 611 pounds, 277.5 kilos. Doesn't seem like he's even putting any effort there. We're going to see a very big pull from him coming up soon. Stefan Wynn, deadlift 3, 200 kilos, 440 pounds here. This will be a 25 kilo meet PR for him. He has had a very good day. PRing on all 3 lifts there. Charlie Pepin Woods on platform 1, getting ready to pull 677 pounds. But first we'll watch Stefan Wynn on platform 2. We'll see what he has. Just doesn't seem like it's there on the day. Really great job for Stefan Wynn today, going 6 for 9. Charlie Pepin Woods on platform 1, pulling 677 pounds, 307.5 kilos. A little bit shaky, but he makes it look smooth. We might see a 700-pound deadlift today, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie Pepin Woods is having the day of his life. And then on platform 2, we have another monster pull. Elizabeth Yard, 227.5 kilos, 501 pounds for the 90-kilo lifter. She weighed in at 87.5 kilos. She's around 190 pounds, and she is pulling 500 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes open for platform 2. The Northeastern powerlifters are barking for her. She has had an incredible day. 424 pounds on squat, 220 pounds on bench press, 501 pounds on deadlift. Can she lock it out? Just barely missed it, but an incredible day regardless. She is so talented, so gifted in the sport. She's still in college, so she still has a fantastic future ahead of her, but she finishes 8 for 9, squatting 424 pounds, benching 220 pounds, and just barely missing that 500-pound deadlift. Leo Trong taking his third attempt deadlift, 205 kilos. This is what he missed at his most previous meet. He grinds it out. Probably could have had another 2.5 kilos in him. Really nice job for Leo Trong. One red light, but he still gets it 2-1. 9 for 9 day for him at his 7th powerlifting meet. He has a perfect day, PRing all 3 lifts. Really nicely done. Now Daniel Burko on platform 1. We'll see what he can do with 217 kilos. And on platform 2, Jacob Schwartz, the best smile in powerlifting, going for 237.5 kilos, 523 pounds. 30 kilo meet PR for him. We'll see if he can fight it through. He has a little bit of trouble in the middle, but he finishes all the way out. Oh, he's happy. Look at that smile from Jacob. The most lovable lifter on Northeastern Powerlifting. Daniel Burko, 217.5 kilos, 479 pounds for his third attempt deadlift. Let's see what he can do. He's been having a very smooth day. Oh, he almost has it. Spends a long time locking it out. We'll see what the judges say. Did he hitch? Yeah, unfortunately, the judges gave him 3 red lights. You're not supposed to support the bar on your legs or use any part of your thighs to ramp the bar upwards, which is what happened there. Sky Wu, 240 kilos for his third attempt deadlift of the day. We'll see where he's at. Oh, just didn't have it. Gets yanked forward a little bit, but he's fine. Great job to the WPI spotters and loaders for making sure that he's safe. He finishes going 6 for 9, missing 2 squats there, and then just his final deadlift. Eric Barth, 235 kilos, 518 pounds for his third attempt deadlift. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric just pulled over 400 pounds at his most recent meet, and now he is taking 518 pounds for his third attempt. He has made some insane progress. He fights through it. Let's see if he can lock it out. That left side came down a little bit, but really great job for him regardless. Still finishes with a massive meet PR total, 579 kilos, 597 kilos, so close to a 600 kilo total. His previous total was 480, so he PRs his total by close to 120 kilos. Shafat opening flight B on platform 2 with 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds there. Very easy there. Shafat is built insanely well for deadlifts. Asa Jackson on platform 1 taking his third attempt deadlift at 237.5 kilos, 523 pounds. Just not there on the day. Jacob Grande on platform 2. He has had an interesting day, to say the least. But he brings a lot of that intensity and that joy to lifting that we love to see. 202.5 kilos, 446 pounds for his opener deadlift. This will be only 7.5 kilos shy of his current meet PR, so we'll most likely see a big pull from him today. Michael Bednar, 240 kilos for his third attempt deadlift. This will be a 22.5 kilo meet PR for him. The Northeastern crowd is rallying behind him. He's been having an incredible day. Very smooth technique on all 3 lifts. Let's see what he can do. Just barely gets it past the knees. It's a little bit soft. But Jacob Grande on platform 2 hits an easy opener at 202.5 kilos. Michael Bednar finishes the day going 8 for 9, missing just his third deadlift, but he had an incredible day here. Keelan Donovan, 250 kilos, 551 pounds for him. This is the grinder. He's been grinding all day. This is 5 kilos over his current meet PR. On platform 2, Christian Melendez smokes 202.5 kilos for his opener. All eyes are on Keelan now for his third deadlift. He's been fighting all day. He missed 2 benches, so he's trying to make up for some lost time there. Just didn't get it there. Great day for Keelan, though. Danyar Aliyev on platform 2, taking 205 kilos or 451 pounds for his opener deadlift. This is already a 22.5 kilo PR for him, and he absolutely destroys it. Sean Haviland, 260 kilos for his third deadlift. This is 12.5 kilos over his current meet PR. He did miss his second attempt on some soft lockout, and oh, not him, sorry. They jumped 15 kilos from his second attempt to his third attempt. We'll see how he does here. He is having a very good day. Fights through it, very smooth. Maybe could have had a little bit more to the tank. Really nicely done by Sean Haviland. He has a great day, going 8 for 9, just missing his second attempt bench, but they went up regardless. So, in reality, he almost had a 9 for 9 day. On platform 2, we have Tyler Shu, 212.5 kilos, 468 pounds for his opener deadlift. This is only 7.5 kilos shy under his current meet PR, so he's made a ton of progress there. Bled in, third attempt deadlift, 262.5 kilos. He did miss the last attempt, so we'll see if he can get some redemption there, but he has gone a perfect 6 for 6 on squat and bench press. So we'll see if he can finish strong here on deadlift. Just not there on the day. He goes 1 for 3 on deadlift, but he still finishes going 7 for 9, PRing the total. Really nicely job by Bled here. Brian Grande, 275 kilos, 606 pounds. We are in the 600-pound deadlift range, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a 35-kilo deadlift PR for Brian. An incredible feat of strength. He also benched close to 400 pounds too. So Brian is an incredibly good lifter. Benjamin Edelman smokes his opener deadlift on platform 2 with 220 kilos. Brian Grande is fighting through this third attempt, but he gets it. He finishes fantastic, 9 for 9 day, massive PR on the total, 680 kilos, close to that 700 kilo mark. Really great job, Brian Grande. Chase Cameron coming up on platform 1 with 275 kilos. He has had an amazing day as well. Just missed his third attempt deadlift, but he's bringing that intensity. 275 kilos for him will be a 25 kilo meet PR. He's getting ready, he's shaking, he's making sure that he's bringing that energy onto the platform. Let's see what he can do, ladies and gentlemen. The Northeastern powerlifting team is rallying behind him. They know he's capable of this. He gets the lockout. Let's see if he can fight through it. Amazing job by Chase Cameron. That is a massive deadlift PR for him. He's praying for the judges. What a great deadlift by Chase Cameron here. On platform 2, we have Mario Martinez coming out for his opener deadlift of 225 kilos. Makes easy work of that. Should have left it in the warm-up room. Mario's meet PR is 245 kilos, and based on that 225 kilos, it seems like he will be on par to beat that. Ryan Kim on platform 1, taking his third attempt deadlift at 280 kilos, 617 pounds. You can see the emotion coming out of his face. He wants it bad. 280 kilos for Ryan will be a 62.5 kilo meet PR, close to 140 pounds there. Sets his grip on the bar, wedges in, gives it everything he got. He can do it, he can fight. We know Ryan can fight, keep going. What a pull, what a deadlift out of this kid. 617 pounds. Ryan Kim, 280 kilos, a 62.5 kilo meet PR. I'm sure he's happy about this. Platform 2, Tommy Zaccarello for his opener deadlift at 230 kilos, 507 pounds. Makes easy work of that. On platform 1, we have the second to last pull of the day, 282.5 kilos out of Ronan. Ronan has had some great deadlifting today. We'll see if he can finish strong. Only missing one lift today, which was his third attempt to bench, but he is having a fantastic meet. And on platform 2, Calvin Chen coming out for his opener deadlift of 240 kilos. Ronan blocks it out. An amazing pull from him. What a great day by Ronan. Very clean deadlift technique. Calvin Chen on platform 2, getting ready to pull 240 kilos with his opener. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. 2 red lights. Now, what most likely happened there was that Calvin just didn't lock out hard enough. His shoulders were a little bit soft. They were a little bit too far over him. When it comes to the deadlift, you need your shoulders all the way back, fully locked out, and Calvin's were just a little bit short. Charlie Pepin Woods, ladies and gentlemen, 699 pounds, 699.97, might as well be 700 pounds for his third deadlift, 317 and a half kilos. As we said before, he is going for the biggest raw total in Northeastern powerlifting history, and he may as well have it. This will be a 32 and a half kilo meet PR. He is going for it. Just not there on the day, but Charlie showed a lot of heart. Finishes with a 640-pound squat, close to 375-pound deadlift, and just shy of a 700-pound. Just shy of a 700-pound deadlift. Really nicely done by Charlie Pepin Woods. He really gave us a show today. Now we're on platform 2 for the rest of the day. Tim Tran taking 242.5 kilos, 534 pounds for his opener deadlift. Now, Tim Tran missed 232.5 kilos at his last meet, and now he's opening with 242.5 kilos. He has really improved a ton, as I've been saying all day. I've been able to watch Tim and his progress throughout his entire powerlifting career, and he has done an amazing job. He has progressed insanely fast and now has become one of the better lifters in the 75 kilo weight class in Massachusetts. We have James McKenna here with his opening deadlift, 247.5 kilos, 545 pounds. This is just 7.5 kilos shy of his current meet PR. Staring at the judges, 3 red lights, 2 red cards, and 1 blue card. So he had some soft lockout and a little bit of up and down motion for his opener deadlift. So we'll see if he retakes it or he decides to go up. Shafat coming out for his second deadlift, 391 pounds, 177.5 kilos. Now, earlier today, Shafat was having some cramping in the knee, but it seems like based on the jump from his opener to second attempt deadlift, that has since been resolved. Shafat is built very, very well for deadlifts, and it really does show in his numbers. Sets his hook grip up, and we'll most likely see a pretty fast pull here. Yeah, really easy here for Shafat. He's going to go over 400 pounds today. Really nicely done. 177.5 kilos is already 7.5 kilos over his current meet PR. So we'll see if Coach Brian wants to load a lot more than that. Christian Melendez, 212.5 kilos. This is already 35 kilos over his current meet PR. Christian Melendez has just been blowing his meet PRs out of the water on his openers. And we'll most likely see close to a 500-pound deadlift based on this second attempt here. A little bit shaky, but still a smooth lift. Ooh, a little bit of downward motion there. Oh, and the refs still gave him 3 white lights. We'll see what he loads for his third attempt there. Danny R, 215 kilos. This is 37.5 kilos over his current PR. Almost 90 pounds there. Now Northeastern Powerlifting only has one platform to pay attention to, and they are bringing as much energy as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not here at the Verve in Natick, Massachusetts, you need to be here. This energy is insane. Danny R has a little bit of a stumble towards lockout. We'll see what the judges have to say about that. 3 red lights there for some up and down motion as well as some soft lockout. For those at home who have never competed in powerlifting, it's not just about lifting weights. A lot of it has to do with, adhering to the rules there. There are a lot of specific things that lifters need to do aside from just picking the bar up. There's a lot of lockout stuff. There's a lot of making sure that you're not having up and down motion. You got to stay with the bar on the way down. So there's a lot more than just picking up weights. Jacob Ronde, 217.5 kilos for his second attempt deadlift. Pretty smooth there. A little bit sticky at the top, but he makes pretty good work of it. 3 white lights for him. 217.5 kilos is 7.5 kilos over his current meet PR. He has pulled 225 in training, so we'll see if him and Coach Brendan Parr decide to load that today. Coach Ryan with 220 kilos, 485 pounds. This is 17.5 kilos over his current meet PR. A little bit sticky at the top where he has to uncurl a little bit at the lower back, but he still makes good work of this deadlift. Really nicely done there. But coming up is Tyler Shu with 222.5 kilos. This will be 2.5 kilos over his current meet PR. He's been having a very good day. 6 for 6, 7 for 7 so far with a meet PR total, PRing all of his lifts by a pretty substantial amount. Really showing out for the UMass Amherst powerlifting team. Very clean deadlift there. Super patient off the floor and then super snappy at lockout. That's what we love to see. Benjamin Edelman coming out for 222.5 kilos, 235 kilos. He has only missed one lift today, but 235 kilos will be a 45 kilo meet PR for him already on the second attempt. 518 pounds. He's ready, he's smiling, he knows he's going to smoke this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting down to the final few deadlifts of our flight here on platform 2. If you've not told your loved ones to tune in for the third deadlifts, you should. There will be some very big pulls here. Benjamin Edelman with 235 kilos makes very good work of that. Nicely done for him. 3 white lights. Secures that meet PR and will be going even higher going forward. Aiden George, 235 kilos as well. This will be a 10 kilo meet PR for him. He has gone 7 for 7 so far. Has hit all 3 lifts. On squat, he had to change out of his knee sleeves a few times, but he still hit all 3. Bench, grinded out that third attempt bench of 130 kilos, and now he's going to finish 9 for 9 on the day, hopefully. 235 kilos, 10 kilo meet PR for him. Very clean, conventional deadlift. See if he can fight through this. Just not there on the day. We'll see if he can come back in just a few minutes to try again. But coming up, we have Liam Caramello, 237.5 kilos. This will be a 15 kilo meet PR for him. Now, he did miss 238 kilos at his last meet, so he is now 7.5 over that, 16 pounds over that. He's made a lot of progress, and it's still the second attempt that lifts. Yeah, he moves that incredibly smooth. Coach Alexander Engelman is definitely doing something right with him. And coming up, we have Mario Martinez, a crowd favorite from Northeastern Powerlifting, 237.5 kilos for Mario. This will be 7.5 kilos under his current meet PR. He's bringing that intensity. He's yelling, he's screaming. He knows that this is for everything. He's giving everything he has here. The Northeastern Powerlifting team is rallying behind him. They know how much this means to him here, and he absolutely smokes it. Let's see what Coach Andrew Salant does for his third attempt, but we are definitely seeing a meet PR for Mario Martinez over here. Coming up, we have Tommy Zuccarello, the president of Northeastern Powerlifting. He has had a good day, PR'd his bench press, which I know he has had troubles with in the past. Went 3 for 3 on squat, matching his all-time PR. Now he's taking 245 kilos for his second attempt deadlift, which will already be 5 kilos over his current meet PR. He did miss 250 kilos in his previous meet, but we'll see if he can do it today. A little bit patient off the floor. Still a smooth deadlift here. We'll see what he can load next. Calvin Chen, 255 kilos. Now, Calvin did miss his opener on deadlift due to some soft shoulders and soft lockout problems. They did decide to jump 15 kilos, though. Even though he did miss on lockout, the attempt was very, very quick. So him and Coach Brian are definitely game planning in the back, and he's confident that he can hit this 255 no problem. And 255 will be a 15 kilo meet PR for him. He has made a ton of progress. Calvin Chen had a little bit of a hiccup on a second attempt deadlift, but he seems to have bounced back from that, going 3 for 3 on squat. We'll see if he can fully lock out on deadlifts this time around. 255 moves, no problems. The judges give him 3 white lights. Really nicely done there. Kyle Kim comes out with 255 kilos, our third place finisher at this past year's high school nationals. Kyle Kim is incredibly strong, only missed one lift today of 135 kilos on bench press. At such a young age, Kyle has accomplished so much in powerlifting, and he smokes this 255 kilo bench press, deadlift, and we'll see if he can go up to 265 to 270 going forward. Tim Tran, 257.5 kilos for his second attempt at deadlift. This will be a 30 kilo meet PR. And I believe this is still his second meet. So Tim has a very bright future ahead of him in the 75 kilo class. Sets his grip with that hook grip, fights through. It looks like he may have another 5 to 7.5 kilos in the tank there. 3 white lights for him. He has had a fantastic day so far, PRing his total by a pretty substantial amount. James McKenna, 270 kilos. Now, he did miss his opener deadlift on soft lockout. We'll see if he's able to come and get it again after jumping 22.5 kilos. Similar to Calvin, they both missed their openers, so if they did not hit their second attempt, they would be in the danger zone, is what we like to call it. If you do not register a lift for any of the 3 lifts, you do not register a total for the meet. James McKenna is sitting on some thin ice right now, missing that opener of 247.5 kilos, but he looks to take 270 kilos regardless. We'll see if he can lock it out. It looks good to me. 3 white lights from the refs. The gamble paid off, and he is still on track. We'll see what he loads for his third attempt. And now we have Shafat coming in for his third attempt deadlift, 407 pounds for his final lift of the day. Shafat has had a very good meet, PRing his total by a fairly good amount here. 185 kilos will be a 15 kilo meet PR for him. Him and Coach Brian from Best Made Actions have done very good in terms of getting him to progress and fitting that training into his schedule as his current master student at UMass Powerlifting. So we'll see what Shafat can do here with 185 kilos, 407 pounds. He had an incredibly fast second attempt deadlift. They jumped 7.5 kilos. We'll see what the judges have to say. The knees locked out a little bit weird. He gets 1 red light, but he still finishes 7 for 9 on the day. 15 kilo deadlift PR. Really great job here by Shafat. A total 17.5 kilo total PR for him. Very nicely done. I'm sure he's very happy about that. Daniar, 215 kilos. Now, he did miss his second attempt of 215 kilos as well. So we'll see if he can kind of recuperate and come back into this third attempt here. Northeastern is giving their signature chant of NUPL. He's getting hyped for this. Just not there again. He does lock it out, but there was a lot of up and down motion. He will most likely not get this lift. He will go 1 for 3 on deadlifts, registering 205 kilos, and will go 5 for 9 on the day, missing a third squat, a third bench, and his second and third deadlift. Christian Melendez getting hyped here for his third attempt deadlift. Christian has probably put up one of the biggest meet PR totals of this meet. 217 and a half kilos, 479 pounds for him. He's had a great day. Shaky. We'll see if the judges will give him 3 white lights because of this. 1 red, but he still gets it. He's hyped. He's excited. He's had an amazing day. Only missing 1 lift. His 3rd squat, really nicely done for Christian Melendez. Ryan Tejan coming out for 222 and a half kilos, 490 pounds. A small 2.5 kilo jump from his previous attempt, but they're most likely playing it safe. He missed a 3rd squat and a 3rd bench. They don't want him to miss a 3rd deadlift here, so taking a small jump here. We'll see if he can get it. Just not there. Gets it past the knees, but not there on the day. He finishes 6 for 9. Still PRing the total regardless. Now we have Jacob Grande coming up for his 3rd deadlift. Same weight, 227 and a half kilos, 501 pounds. He has pulled 225, 496 pounds in training. So now he is in uncharted territory. His previous meet PR was 210 kilos, so 17 and a half kilos below this. So he will be putting up a big meet PR if he hits this. Getting his arm swings in, really getting himself hyped there. Every lifter having their own little individual. Come on, Jacob. Let's see what you got here. 2.5 kilo all-time PR for Jacob. He has never touched this in his life. Let's see if he can fight through it. We'll see what the judges have to say. It looks pretty clean to me, though. 3 white lights. Really great job for Jacob Grande. He goes 7 for 9. Still PRs the total by a pretty substantial amount. Really nicely done by him and Coach Brendan Parr. Tyler Shue coming out for 230 kilos, 507 pounds here. This will be a 10 kilo meet PR for him. His previous attempt of 222 and a half kilos moved very well. He has a very clean deadlift. A little bit slower off the floor, but a very crisp lockout where he just snaps backwards. Holds that position well, patient off the floor, just not there on the day. Again, as we said, ladies and gentlemen, when you make an attempt call for a lift, you want to be judging that based on the slowest portion of the lift. So Tyler did move 222 and a half kilos very well, but it did take him a little bit of time to get it off the floor. You can see with 230 kilos, it just did not budge whatsoever, and it's because, if he's going to fail somewhere, he's going to fail where the bar is the slowest. So 230 kilos for him does not fall. He finishes the day 8 for 9, still having a very, very good total PR here. Aiden George missed 235 on his previous attempt, coming back for it again. We'll see if he's able to do it. He got it just past his knees just a few minutes ago, so hopefully he'll be able to come back and get some redemption here. Again, just gets it past his knees. A lot smoother up compared to his previous attempt. 235 kilos. He gets it. Goes 8 for 9 today. 3 for 3 on squat, 3 for 3 on bench, 2 for 3 on deadlift, but getting his redemption on that 3rd attempt deadlift from missing on the 2nd. 235 kilos for Aiden George will be a 10 kilo meet PR for him. Benjamin Edelman, 242 and a half kilos. This will be a 52 and a half kilo meet PR, 115 pounds. Ben has only missed 1 lift today, so he is looking to go 8 for 9 with this deadlift. Northeastern is getting loud and rowdy here. They are supporting him. Oh, he smokes it. He absolutely destroys 242 and a half kilos, 534 pounds. Amazing day from Benjamin Edelman. PRs the total by a ridiculous amount. Nicely done. Mario Martinez coming out for his final deadlift, 247 and a half kilos. This is 2.5 kilos over his current meet PR. He did miss his 3rd bench, but he smoked his 3rd squat. He did absolutely blow up 237 and a half kilos for his 2nd attempt deadlift. So they jump 10 kilos here. Northeastern is going insane right now here in Natick. Mario Martinez is definitely one of the crowd favorites here. 247 and a half kilos, 545 pounds. He has shown a ton of heart, a ton of intensity, a ton of energy today. Let's see how he does with this 2.5 kilo meet PR. He's smiling. He knows. He's confident here. Oh my god. Probably another 10 kilos left in the tank. He did it. What a great job by Mario Martinez, going 8 for 9 on the day. Him and Coach Anshu Salant of SSS Powerlifting have done an amazing job at getting him beyond all of the struggles and hardships that he went through. Liam Caramello coming out for 250 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from his previous attempt, heralding from UMass Amherst. Him and Coach Alexander Engelman have made a ton of progress. This will be a 27.5 kilo meet PR for him. That was perfect. A perfect call for the third attempt. Most likely did not have a single kilo left in the tank. Really nice job by Liam Caramello. He goes 9 for 9 on the day, PRing every single one of his lifts. We're coming down to the final 5 deadlifts of the competition. We have Tommy Zuccarello taking 260 kilos, the president of Northeastern Powerlifting. They are going crazy for him. Tommy Zuccarello means so much to this team, and they have brought an insane group of people here today to Natick for the Massachusetts State Championships, and they are all being led by him. Can he get it? 260 kilos by Tommy Zuccarello. This is a 20 kilo meet PR, 1 red light, 2 white lights. He has had an amazing day. 8 for 9, PR'd his bench press, PR'd his deadlift. What an amazing meet by Tommy Zuccarello, the president of Northeastern Powerlifting. But coming up, we have Tim Tran, 265 kilos. This will be a 42.5 kilo meet PR for him. Tim has absolutely blown up in the last couple months. Let's see what he can do here. He did miss his third attempt at his last meet, but it seems as though a lot of his execution problems have been cleaned up. Tim is showing a ton of heart today. He's getting aggressive. He's getting angry. Come on, Tim. 265 kilos, just doesn't get there. 584 pounds. He takes a knee, but really great job for him here. He ends up going 6 for 9 on the day, but still PRs all of his lifts by a fairly substantial margin. Calvin Chen, 270 kilos here, 595 pounds, just shy of 600 pounds for his final attempt deadlift. Calvin had a little bit of a hiccup on his second attempt squat where he just lost a little bit of balance and leaned forward, but he gets redemption for his third one. And then on his opener deadlift, had some soft lockout problems, but seemed to have resolved those for his second attempt. So now he goes for 270 kilos. This will be a 30 kilo VPR for him. We'll see what the judges have to say about his lockout. 3 white lights, nicely done for Calvin Chen. He has an amazing day. Kyle Kim taking the exact same weight. These two are teammates, both coached by Brian Yan of Yan Iron Mecca. 270 kilos for probably our youngest lifter of the day. This will be matching his current meet PR. Now, he did compete in August, so it is a little bit difficult to have that quick of a turnaround. But we'll see if he's able to get this. Just barely gets it off the floor. A little bit too heavy on the day, but really great job for Kyle Kim, especially just being in a meet a few weeks ago. Having that turnaround is very impressive. James McKenna, 287.5 kilos, 633 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a 32.5 kilo meet PR for James, and this will be our final deadlift of the day. Let's see what James can do. Representing UMass Amherst Powerlifting. He did miss his opener, but he has resolved those lockout problems on his second attempt. He's bringing the energy. Final deadlift of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what he can do. Gets it past his knees, but some downward motion, and he just can't lock it out. Really nicely done by James regardless. He still walks away with a fairly substantial meet PR here.